can only do member-only live streams horizontally. So all these vertical streams, I cannot make them members-only live streams. But what I can do is I can record vertical and then post it and then make it members only. But let's get this ball rolling. Let's get this ball rolling. Let me see. So OBS is gonna stay vertical. I'm gonna make another platform to where it's horizontal, so I don't gotta like switch out and change things around. Well, let's get this ball rolling. How's everybody doing today? Day 2 of 2026. Day 2 of 2026. So, now, I would need 50 subscribers for my new channel so I can go live over there. Because then I will go live here and on my other channel. So that's how we doing it. That's how we doing it. And plus, I'm hungry. I'm going to be up. I'm going to be up trying to clean up around the house and around the crib. Gonna do these dishes because I am hungry. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am hungry. We just got groceries. We just got groceries. Hope everybody had a good, happy New Year's. Had a good, happy New Year's. I did two videos. On TikTok, which will be posted on my new channel. Appreciate the sub. What you mean on YouTube? What you mean on YouTube? I am not watching it on. What you mean on fiction? What you mean by that? Maddie. No. So my bad. Hold on 1 second, Maddie. 1 second, Maddie. Like, I'm saying, I create videos on TikTok to post on YouTube for my new channel. Ooh. Okay, so what? Before give me a minute. Let me get. I'm gonna get you right, Maddie. I'm gonna get you right. I'm gonna get you right. All right. So don't worry. You should be good now. Oh no, I wasn't live on TikTok. I was just letting you know that I have the videos I create on TikTok and I make it for YouTube. So TikTok is where all my videos that I make for my content for my YouTube channel. Cause I got, let me see, I have over, so let me get y'all right. So I have 2 YouTube channels I can go live on. I got Was Never Media. I got this channel right here, which is yeah. You ain't gotta worry about that, Maddie. I don't nah. I got different like type of like every platform is gonna have different supporters. So I'm an entrepreneur. Like I'm a real deal entrepreneur. Like I have all the classifications, certifications, degrees. Like I can help you with anything, and it's all good, man. It is all good. It is all good. I'm in the house right now. Right now, I'm about to get dishes put up, and I'm gonna clean out the refrigerator. Appreciate the sub, cool guy. Appreciate the sub, Clary Me. Oh, you're welcome. Cause when I tell people that I'm a real deal entrepreneur. Like I have 5 LLCs, so I got 5 businesses, and each one of them has made some type of income. I have over 10 years of experience of DoorDash. Like I have made more money than anything on my phone rather than working for people. I ain't gonna lie to you. Um, because it's a blessing to just be able to wake up and not have to worry about having to make it to a job. Oh, tell your friend I said it was good. And also, Maddie, I was also involved in a car collision, which happened last year in October. So, I'm not able to do any type of work until I am cleared. So, so basically, I'm going to be out of work for half of the year. So, I'm going to be out of work for 6 months. Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I had what? I had 9 X-rays done. I went through the MRI. Oh yeah, it still hurt. Like I have a certain type of concussion because I have a medical courier. I have a medical courier company, and I have actual medical courier contracts. And I got hit while I was working, and so I've only been able to do this. Oh no, you don't have to feel real bad. You don't have to feel real bad at all because I'm glad that I took the leap to work for myself because I wasn't like all these other entrepreneurs kind of like nah. I've been working for myself since I was 18. I'm 31 right now. 31 years old. And it is all good. So I'm about to be in here washing dishes. Yeah. Yeah, my neurologist tells me I'm not able to work until he clears me. Until he clears me. I'm gonna get my phone on. Okay, let me do this real quick. Yeah, but how are you doing, Maddie? How are you doing? Yeah, I like to get to know the people who watch me, cause like there's a lot of gatekeepers out here, and I'm not the gatekeeper. Nah, I'm not a gatekeeper whatsoever. I'm glad you're doing pretty. I'm glad you're doing good. Did I not put? And hey Maddie, what are you trying to be in life? What's your goal? What do you want to do in life? Hmm? What type of math? What type of math? A learning disability. What type of math? I might can help you with that. also you gotta worry about the longevity. That is no, like what specific math are you on now? Ah, you a little kid. Wait, where your parents at? You ain't supposed to be on this. Wait, how you watching this? And you, this ain't allowed. Like, even though I don't use profanity on none of my live streams, that you're not. Where your parents at? Where your parents at? Yeah, yeah. Multiplication is good. Add, subtract, divide. Um, yeah. I know all the math. Math is easy. Bye bye. Have a good one. Was good. Anybody that's new watching, where y'all coming from? Where y'all coming from? Cause I'm just out here. Come on, man. Yo, who that? What's up with you? How you doing? Um. Okay. Why you retracting your what you said? Why did you retract what you said? Tracy. How do you feel bad? Cause not a bad person. I let people know up front that you cannot be a kid watching. Even though I do not use bad language, no profanity, none of that. I mean, but you have to delete your messages. But okay, you have a good one. Be blessed. Oh. What's good with you? What's good with you, Leah? Ah, dude. Oh man. You real quick. Boom. Hey yo, look. Y'all need any from we seen Officer Ricky. What y'all talking about, G? Because look, there's not that many positive things to watch So I can only watch certain things. So the things I'm not able to watch on here, I don't watch them. You feel me? Alright. So right now we in the Krusty Krab. You feel me? That's where we at. Alright, cool, cool, cool. I'm gonna see what 2026 has. But I gotta eat something because I can't really do no work for real. Yeah, if my stomach ain't got nothing in it. But how's everybody doing? Where y'all like coming from? Cause I'm not really able to like do workout stuff, but I am able to do certain stretches. Oh, let me see some real quick. I ain't had no, yeah, I ain't had no food. Yeah, I gotta get some grub. I gotta get some grub. Yeah. We got groceries yesterday though. Got groceries for sure. you some though. Alright, so this right here.
Starting a business
Hold up.
felt like 100 different tasks. LLC, taxes, bookkeeping, panic. So
New Year.
Hold on 1 second. It says right here, wow, 2026 will be the worst year ever. Glad everybody doing good. Everybody looking healthy. That's crazy that looking like a slave is fashion, bro. That's crazy that looking like a slave is fashion. It's kind of crazy if you ask me. So like, what? They used to talk about people being slaves, and now people want to be. Like, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Nah, it don't. What's good with you, Kaden? What's good with you? What's good with you? Why you leave? Why you leave, Kaden? Why you leave? You know, a lot of the streamers wouldn't show you how they actually living. I'm gonna show you how I'm living. You feel me? Living good. Don't do it. Don't do it. You feel me? Oh man. So let's see. Why do they think that 2026 will be will be the worst year ever. Take my hat off. Hello, everyone that is watching. Where you watching from? If you want to show support, go to the link that's above where Caden posted. Now it says, why 2026 will be the worst year ever. This year will be the year debt will be cleared. I'm pretty sure at this point, giving up the internet will be the best choice I'm making for 2026. What an uplifting and optimistic video. Bro has beef with every year after 2020. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. What's good? Who's ever watching, tell me where y'all watching from. Don't lurk. You ain't got to lurk. I might not be your cup of tea streamer.
New year, same old problems? The world isn't just on fire, it's adding fuel. On today's episode of the Infographic Show, we'll show you exactly why 2026 will be the worst year ever. January. Job is nursing his holiday hangover by scrolling through Facebook, and that's when he spots the news. Massive explosion destroys Russian export pipeline. As happened in 2022, pipelines exploded under the Baltic Sea, Russia's multi-billion-dollar gas apparatus to power much of Europe. Moscow blames Western saboteurs. Western officials hint at Russia false flag operations in an attempt to ignite regional conflict. Job spends a few minutes thinking about which could be true and then decides he should just listen to the experts. He switches on the news, where Pentagon-approved commentators with mysterious unnamed sources inside intelligence agencies all repeat the exact same talking points. And then he heads over to YouTube for what promises to be the real truth, or at least that's what the scary thumbnail promised. Instead, he's left with a familiar modern feeling the world is falling apart and someone somewhere isn't telling us the full story. That lasts for about 2 minutes, right up until he opens the letter from his utility company informing him that his heating bill means it's time to consider black market organ harvesting. With Europe scrambling for energy, the U.S., under pressure to support NATO allies, reroutes massive shipments of natural gas overseas. Within 48 hours, American heating and electricity prices triple, the fastest surge in U.S. history. It's a windfall for investors and energy companies who celebrated record profits. For ordinary Americans like Job, not so great. And the timing could not be worse. Meteorologists are warning that the long-predicted disruption of the polar vortex has arrived, delivering what will be the coldest January in decades. Millions of Americans, including Job, are already drowning in an affordability crisis. Gas, groceries, everything from eggs and rent are still ridiculously high, despite years of politicians saying life will become affordable again. Surveys last winter showed 1 in 4 Americans couldn't afford to heat their homes, but for people on a low income, it was much higher, a staggering 57%, and that includes Job, whose house is like the inside of an abandoned igloo. Of course, politicians just blame the other party. No relief bill passes, no one takes responsibility, people freeze while they argue. Politicians are useless, thinks Job, but at least the TV screen makes his house feel warmer. Meanwhile, Russia declares the explosion an act of war, accusing the West of economic sabotage, intended to prolong the conflict in Ukraine, just as peace talks looked promising. Some people blame Russia, some blame the U.S. Job just doesn't know which story to trust. He is one of the 72% of Americans who don't trust the media, so who can he trust to tell him the truth? And then, things get really bad. NATO holds an emergency summit. Commentators warn that the world is closer to world war than at any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Warmongers have been claiming that 2027 would be the year where Russia and China possibly become the new Axis, but it's looking now like it might be sooner. It's the 1930s repeating. But Job's not entirely certain who the bad guys are. He is pretty sure about one thing though: who will die. He's just glad that he's like most of his former school buddies, overweight and diabetic. His bathroom cabinet is full of medicine for anxiety, depression, and the odd
Look, let me tell you this. I don't have diabetes. The only thing I have is low vitamin D deficiency. I have flat feet. I have scoliosis. I have no heart problems. I have no high blood pressure. I have no diabetes, no HIV, no cancer. I'm crazy. What's good, you Sam? What's good? And all I ask for you is like, comment, subscribe. Because I'm not able to do members only live streams with my portrait streams. So I'm going to work on getting a horizontal type of vibe.
Out of paranoia, but 5 minutes later, after some Googling, he finds an article. Congress moves to reinstall military draft, with the very worrying subheading, Pentagon to lower bar for selection, citing national security concerns. Low bar, thinks Job. Well, that's my territory. All this end-of-the-world stuff is way too stressful, so he watches a TikTok video of a scorpion and a centipede fighting to the death. February. The EU declares that Europe needs a strong European defense posture. All nations must budget to spend big on military procurement to respond to possible Russian aggression. U.S. arms companies beef up production to meet the new demand. The U.S. is divided by isolationists demanding America stay out of European problems, as the other half calls for the obliteration of the authoritarian threat across the seas. As for Job, he just wants a warm house and to be able to afford strawberries again. As possible war takes up newspaper space and airtime on TV, another story, the Jeffrey Epstein scandal, is being pushed to the back pages. The scandal is not going away. Last year, Job read the news stories about Epstein's emails but decided he'd have a look for himself. Since then, anytime Job sees a politician on TV talking, he can't help but wonder if they are lying. And he's not alone. Just 33% of Americans in 2025 believe the government acted in their interest.
If you're just getting into jewelry, I always say start with the essentials. The tennis, the Cuban, the rope, these chains are clean enough to be worn.
Interests. Now it's even less, driven partly by the newly released and heavily redacted Epstein documents. The growing skepticism of the government threatens to break out into mass riots. The White House promises more files will come in the months ahead. It's too much to take, so Job decides to self-medicate and rip open a bag of Cheetos. March. Job is only 25, but he's already 3 friends down from school. 2 guys and 1 girl who took some counterfeit OxyContin pills and never came back. In 2026, drug overdose deaths in the U.S. are spiraling out of control. In 2025, they were around 90,000, and that was below the peak years of 2021 to 2023, where numbers hovered around 100.
I take no drugs. I do no type of drugs. I've never done. The only one I have done is marijuana. And I haven't did that since since I was because I stopped when I was 22 years old. So I have been 9 years free of marijuana. And I didn't have to pay to get free from it. But let's go.
10,000, but still much, much higher than the 1980s and 1990s. Job is thinking this war on drugs, it isn't going too well. Despite high-profile arrests and tens of billions poured into anti-trafficking efforts, demands for drugs in 2026 has never been higher. Job doesn't take hard drugs, but if he did, getting them would be easier than buying a Big Mac. In 2025, the U.S. blew up some drug boats, which made nice headlines, but cartels, as usual, adapted, opening new routes and embracing innovation. They started funding rogue chemists, offering huge payouts for breakthroughs in synthetic compounds. In 2026, a new substance began flooding American streets, a hyperpotent synthetic opioid only known as Drug X. Nearly undetectable, cheap to manufacture, and hundreds of times stronger than fentanyl, it causes catastrophic respiratory failure within minutes. Narcan doesn't work. Emergency rooms are overwhelmed. The bodies keep piling up. And when one dealer gets arrested, another steps into his shoes. Job watches politicians at press conferences on TV, echoing decades of promises to stamp out the evil that's plaguing American streets. Activists, meanwhile, demand sweeping reform, decriminalization, treatment-first policies, and regulation, but nothing changes. In 2025, 45% of Americans in a Gallup poll said the U.S. was making progress in the war, almost double who thought that in 2023. But in 2026, as the reality hits home, Americans again concede that drugs are here to stay. And at the end of the month, Job gets a phone call. It's about Billy, a guy he washed dishes with at Red Lobster, dead after taking coke contaminated with Drug X. April. In 2025, Americans were warned that robots were coming for their jobs. It turns out that while tens of thousands of jobs were lost to AI, the work...
Listen, people mad at AI. It makes me remember about the movie Wall-E. Where people were focused on the convenience. Because since people focus on the convenience, with me being an entrepreneur, I was like, so since people don't want to come outside no more, I don't mind going outside. Because my wife and I, we love going grocery shopping. Because I love to see what I'm about to get. Because we do a lot of couponing and everything. Because I'm not worried. Man, look. If you think that I'm worried about AI taking my job of what I do, because I built a company, like, you think people would trust AI instead of a real person delivering medical things? That's crazy.
Force didn't.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
The reason is that the more people who relied on AI to write, think, calculate, create, and...
See, look. I use AI for certain things, not for everything. Not for everything. Like AI can't help me clean, so I clean myself. I wash clothes, dry clothes, wash dishes, clean the refrigerator because I'm about to do that in a few minutes. Because, like, I can't be a person who just, I'm not a person who's attached to the bed. I like working, and since I'm not able to go out and make money, I gotta do it this way. I gotta do it this way.
Solve problems, the more the brain stopped flexing its muscles. MRI studies showed underactivated frontal lobes and reduced memory formation. People weren't just getting lazy, they were self-sabotaging their own intelligence. And critics in 2026 started saying the philosopher Aristotle was right. People need to struggle, to be challenged, to explore, in order to flourish as human beings and feel content. AI shortcuts were making Americans not just dumber, but unhappier too, in what was fast becoming a nation of prompt inputters. By late 2026, experts issued a warning. We are becoming part drone, half human consumers programmed by algorithms, sleepwalking into a brave new world. And Job, he didn't actually.
Because, look, I don't spend money on no, like, I'm pretty sure y'all think this watch costs a lot. No. The most expensive watch I have was given to me by my dad. He passed away. All these other watches are from the outlet mall. You might see the price tag of these watches. You think I pay that much, and I didn't.
Finish the article. A deepfake video of a leopard attacking someone at a market popped up in his feed. May, give it to me straight, Job joked with his doctor after going to see him for dizzy spells. The doctor wasn't kidding, reminding Joe that the U.S.'s excess death rates are through the roof, 1.5 million over the last few years. More young Americans than any other time in history are getting heart disease and cancer, the doctor said. Almost 10% of Americans in 2024 to 2025 reported having had cancer in their lives, up from 7% just 15 years earlier. It's the same with heart attacks. Many more people under 40 are having them than in the recent past, in a country where only 11% of people smoke compared to 40% in the 1960s. Job asks the doctor why, and the punchline is no one knows. A major study in 2025 said ultra-processed foods in the U.S. are causing a lot of the damage, but it's more than that. Maybe the fact that so many people report feeling lonely matters. And that includes Job, who's starting to think of the outside like it's a minefield of anxiety-causing IEDs. Life expectancy.
If I try to tell y'all to make food at home, I don't eat McDonald's, Burger King. The only fast food that I will go to on occasions is out of all of them is Taco Bell. And the only reason I would even go to Taco Bell is for the Baja Blast, for the drink. I would only go to Taco Bell for Baja Blast. If they don't got Baja Blast, I'll leave. Because if they don't got it, then what am I here for? You think I'm gonna get a meal and there's no Baja Blast to wash it down? Like, nah. I'm saying.
expectancy in the U.S. was already reversing, but in 2026, new studies say it's much worse than previously thought, especially if you live where Job lives. Statistically, he's doomed. Job works freelance online, so like 64 million Americans, he doesn't have health insurance. His lecture from the doctor about high blood pressure and diet just cost him $850. When he gets back home, he reads that the U.S. had the worst health outcomes in the highly developed world, yet spends far more on healthcare than any other country. Those pills that he just bought cost at least 5 times more than in Canada. Job is all for free market economics, but hundreds of bucks for a few...
Listen, y'all gotta understand. Like, I don't take no pills. I don't take no pills. Like, I have some that were given to me, but I don't take, nah. Because I read what could happen if you take these pills with the side effects. I'm just saying. What in the world? A student took a Danny DeVito cardboard cutout to prom, so Danny DeVito returned the favor on set. Bro, I never went to prom. I never saw the reasoning for prom.
Pills just feels wrong. June. Job's heart certainly skipped a few more beats in June when he went into the city. The number of homeless in 2025 was about 770,000, but in 2026, with the fuel and housing crisis...
Oh, shit, it's about to be over. The alcohol industry is crashing, losing $830 billion as younger generations stop drinking. The alcohol industry is about to collapse. They're about to collapse. Yeah, because what's the point? I've never gotten a DUI. Because why would you drink and drive? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? And with me growing up in these suburban areas, I always thought better for myself. When I realized how powerful someone's last name is, because a lot of these businesses that are out here, there are people's last name on them. I'm just saying.
The number increased dramatically. So there Job was, minding his own business, when a homeless man calling himself Jesus Christ, lugging tent poles, twisted into a makeshift cross, rushed him in the street and accused him of being one of Satan's demons. He's got nothing against the homeless, but these encampments in his city are out of control. The number of homeless in the U.S. has increased by hundreds of thousands over the last 30 years, and experts say it's only going to get worse. It's a testament to Job that he's still got his own place, but he's already 2 months behind on the rent. He's in the same boat as 12.1 million severely cost-burdened Americans who spend over 50% of their wages on rent. This is a heat wave year too, and tensions are running high in the streets. 2025 was a good year for murder statistics.
The reasons why people spend so much money on rent is because they're living beyond their means. They're living beyond their means. Every time I get paid, all my money goes to mainly just bills. Because I don't have to, like, there's nothing to worry about. Everything in this house is covered. It's paid for. It's paid for. You feel me? It's paid for. Oh. Get out of. Yeah. Get some sauce. $34 degrees, you feel me? Yeah, a lot of people be living in apartments paying $2,500, $3,000, almost $4 billion for a place to stay. I wish I would. Nah. My wife and I, before we move anywhere, we pay attention to how much people are paying, how much it costs to live in an apartment. And then we trying to see what amenities do they have to match the price that they're giving us. Because there's some that are charging over thousands, and I'm talking about apartments, I'm not talking about houses. They are charging over 1,000, and some of them don't even have swimming pools. They don't have a place to work out. Because if we was to move to a place and it has all the amenities like working out, a place to swim, that knocks out having to pay for a gym membership. Because if there's a place to work out at in the apartment complex, I'm going there. I'm not going to be paying money for a gym.
But not so much in 2026. And Job is pretty sure that a lot of minor street assaults and thefts are not being recorded.
If you need a new fence for your home, we are one of the top-rated fencing companies in the entire state. And this month, right now,
recorded. July. As police departments all over the U.S. go on strike over low pay and increased risks, people are taking to the streets to protest. Americans are protesting over so many different issues. People are clashing with the wrong activist groups. In 2025, there were more protests than in decades. But in 2026, there were even more. About 3.5% of the population took to the streets. That's a bad look for the U.S. as half of the world watches the Soccer World Cup and traveling fans point their cameras at the mayhem. Anti-war activists are protesting the major sales of weapons to Europe. Anti-ICE activists are clashing with anti-immigration activists. English soccer fans describe the violence as appalling behavior. Job just stays home. He figures he'll just wait it out and see what happens. But then the cops turn up at his door, telling him his face has been matched with someone at a protest which had erupted into violence. After a trip to the station, he receives an apology. It was a false positive. It turns out U.S. authorities are testing a new facial recognition technology bolstered by artificial intelligence that doesn't just match faces, but also will predict where unrest will take place. Justified by so much violence, police departments are using programs developed by Palantir to create minority reports on Americans, predictive policing that tells the police where crimes will happen next. Everyone is a suspect. Job takes out his notebook, the Book of Job, where he lists things to worry about, and next to number 17 he writes, surveillance state, August. As generative AI exploded in capability, anyone with a half-decent laptop could produce photorealistic deepfake videos. The government had dragged its feet on regulation, partly because the AI arms race with China made lawmakers terrified of slowing innovation. Job thought, well, that won't affect me, so it didn't go in his notebook. Like 1 in 4 American men under 30, Job was lonely. He was also part of the 10% of American men aged 22 to 34 who were still virgins, up from just 4% a decade.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Earlier. He's a nice guy, sure, but even with AI rewriting his dating profile, his bio and his photo combo are not exactly impressing the ladies. He was starting to think that he might die a virgin until he met Deborah, a beautiful, successful 29-year-old surgeon from Australia, and she chose Job out of millions of men. Obviously, he was special. They hit it off instantly, bonding over their love of nature. Not entirely true for Job, but weed grows in nature, so that counts. Within weeks, they upgraded to video chats, personal video chats, at least from Job's side. It seemed like it was just too perfect, and it was. Deborah had a problem. Her money was all tied up, and she needed help buying a flight to the U.S. Job didn't hesitate. He borrowed from his parents, he emptied his savings, maxed out his credit cards, then came visa complications, then a property investment guarantee because she wanted her and Job to settle down, and then another temporary emergency. And by the time it was all over, Job had sent $60,000, most of it borrowed. And then Deborah, or Debs as Job lovingly called her, was gone. Turns out Deborah was actually a Nigerian guy. The FBI told Job this guy was using advanced deepfake software to transform himself on live video from a skinny kid with a shaved head into a Hollywood-level goddess. And then Job got one more message: pay another 10 grand or we'll leak the video of your goods. Job refused, and the Nigerian made good on the threat. Now, Job's friends, parents, co-workers, and several thousand strangers have all seen what Job gets up to when he's home alone, which is pretty much always, especially now. The police tell Job he is not alone. Deepfake crimes have exploded. There were 500,000 deepfake videos produced in 2023, 8 million in 2025, and projections of 150 million by the end of 2026. That means more scams, more blackmail, harassment, misinformation. 2026 is the year truth died, along with Job's dignity. September. As summer turns to fall, Job is unhealthy, broke, in debt, humiliated, scared, lonely, and getting dumber by the minute. He asks ChatGPT what he should do, and it replies, "Do you have a rope?" Pretty rough from a machine that Job might have fallen in love with. Yep, he's one of the millions who've come down with AI psychosis. Could things get any worse? October. Job always thought of himself as a fighter, but truth be told, he is starting to lose hope. He has been searching online and he finds out he's not alone. Around the year 2000, the U.S. started seeing huge increases in deaths of despair. Drugs, alcohol, self-harm, which until 2013 primarily affected middle-aged white males without a degree. After 2013, black middle-aged males without a degree started to catch up and peaked in 2022. Activists talked about how over 1 million people, females too, died this way. And that was more Americans than were killed in all of the U.S.'s 20th century wars in a matter of just 17 years. But worse, the numbers haven't reversed, and these days they include a lot more young folks like Job.
I haven't been to the grocery store in months because this delivery service offers hundreds of high-quality, non-GMO groceries and recipes that help me feel.
Like many other Gen Zs, Job drinks less than the generations before him, but despair, he has that in spades. He meets almost all the criteria for the most despairing demographic: no degree, low income, isolated, lives in an area of widespread poverty. He doesn't want to become a statistic, one of the increasing numbers of people, mostly men, many poor, who decide they just don't want to live anymore. Unfortunately, those numbers have been climbing higher, breaking records even, and in 2026 it's shaping up to be another record year. Job needs some good news for once. November. Job wakes up to the headline, "America Under Attack." He reads that there was a blackout that began without warning when power grids, banking networks, air traffic systems, and telecommunications failed simultaneously in New York City and California. Subways stopped in the tunnels, emergency services lost communication, and Wall Street trading broke down. Supermarkets were stripped bare within hours, with hordes of people fighting over toilet rolls and Jolly Ranchers. The National Guard was deployed as widespread looting and fires broke out. Federal officials initially blamed a coordinated cyber attack by China or Russia, calling it a digital Pearl Harbor. But analysts later say the catastrophe wasn't caused by a hostile nation, but by an emergent flaw generated inside multiple commercial AI systems, the ones that control supply chain logistics, energy routing, and banking fraud detection. When the algorithms interacted unpredictably, they produced self-modifying code that spread across critical networks and shut down control systems faster than engineers could respond. Experts have called it the side effect of excessive automation. Truth be told, Job has no idea what all that means, but he's pretty sure it's Terminator territory. December. The government releases a massive tranche of the long-sealed Epstein files. The Justice Department held most of it back in Part 1 and 2, and Congress tried to lessen the damage with the black redaction marker pen, but Part 3 is a revelation. Job spends days digging through them. It stuns him how millions of ordinary Americans struggle through poverty, violence, and growing economic inequality, while a circle of elites play God behind closed doors in their grand mansions and summer houses. Epstein's network reached deep into U.S. political power, global finance, intelligence agencies, and foreign governments. The trafficking story, as horrific as it was, seemed almost like a side plot compared to the scale of influence he wielded. The tone of the conversations are what shocked Job the most. A contempt for the public, a belief that people were easily manipulated with spectacle and distraction as Epstein and co. shaped economies, bet on ruined ones, and planned for chaos and war. It causes an earthquake in the entire global power structure. The files reveal strategic deals, covert influence operations, and coordination that blurs the lines between political parties, giant corporations, foreign and domestic intelligence agencies, and the ultra-rich. No one goes to prison, no blackmail videos are released, no major political figures face any charges. But the deep state, long ridiculed as a conspiracy theory, has been partly exposed. The rich and the powerful have been playing by their own rules in a game hidden from the public view. More and more Americans start saying the real conflict wasn't left versus right. It's the public versus a ruling class that was united in self-interest. As for the official story of Epstein's death, polls show 70% of Americans say they didn't believe the official line, including Job. It makes him feel scared and angry. But if anything good comes from the firestorm, it's unity. A national movement rises out almost instantly. No more wars, they shout. No more lies. Get big money out of politics and fix the problems at home. I'll drink to that, Job says to himself as he sits on his front porch and looks out at the wild world in front of him. His phone then interrupted his silence. Notification, new video, infographic show. Why 2027 will be the worst year ever. Oh God, he thinks. Here we go again. Now go check out why you wouldn't survive World War III, or click on this video instead.
That's crazy. FBI's most wanted criminals. Let's see.
No one will know you're reading, but you can literally talk to the camera while reading a script on the screen.
No.
Easy to capture the audience's attention because all of these
An Olympic snowboarder working with a different kind of powder, a Honduran gang boss ruling through terror, and a crypto queen who vanished without a trace. What do they all have in common? Well, other than a talent for breaking the law, they share the dubious honor of being hunted by the feds, and they are not alone. On today's episode of the Infographic Show, we're revealing the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives. Number 10. Cindy Rodriguez Singh still features on the list despite being captured in August 2025. And honestly, that is a good thing. Singh is suspected of killing her son Noel and is due now to stand trial in her home state of Texas, where the murder allegedly took place. The last time Noel was seen was back in October of 2022, shortly after the birth of his twin sisters. At the time, he was reportedly unhealthy and malnourished. On March 20th, 2023, police showed up for a welfare check after Texas Child Services raised some concerns. When they had asked Cindy Rodriguez Singh where her son Noel was, she apparently lied, saying he'd been living with his biological father in Mexico since November 2022. 2 days later, she boarded a flight to India with her husband and 6 of her children, but not Noel. Rodriguez Singh had reportedly applied for passports for all of her kids except him back in November 2022. Noel's body has never been found, and authorities now presume he is dead. Although the details of the arrest aren't public, reports say she was caught in India. She's now set to stand trial in Tarrant County District Court in Texas, where she was charged in October 2023 with capital murder of a child. The next entry on the most wanted list is the first of 4 drug lords. Number 9. Giovanni Vicente Mosquera Serrano, better known as El Viejo or the Old Man, is the kind of criminal who doesn't mind putting his own country at risk of being invaded by the most powerful military on the earth, the United States. That is, if the allegations against him turn out to be true. There's a $3 million bounty on his head, so that alone shows you how badly the FBI wants him caught. Mosquera Serrano is believed to be a senior leader of Tren de Aragua, a violent Venezuelan gang that was designated as a foreign terrorist group by President Donald Trump in February 2025. It's Tren de Aragua that's responsible for the massive U.S. military presence parked off the coast of Venezuela, targeting suspected drug boats. Mosquera Serrano is charged with conspiring to provide and actually providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization, along with conspiracy to distribute cocaine in the U.S. The FBI also believes Tren de Aragua sends its gang members to the U.S. to run drugs, smuggle weapons, traffic people, and commit violent crime. According to the U.S. State Department, Tren de Aragua works with the guerrilla group known as the National Liberation Army to run sex trafficking networks in villages near the Colombian border. They prey on vulnerable migrants, forcing thousands into debt bondage and exploiting them through drug and human trafficking, kidnapping, and murder. Mosquera Serrano is believed to have overseen drug trafficking and killings across Venezuela, Colombia, Chile, Peru, Central America, and the U.S. Investigators believe Mosquera Serrano is hiding out in Venezuela or Colombia. Maybe someone will spot him and cash in on that hefty reward. Or maybe his luck will finally run out another way. Sooner or later, the FBI will catch up with him. Next up, an athlete who traded snow for, well, snow. Number 8. The Snow King, Ryan James Wedding, has always had a thing for powder, starting with the kind you ski on, and then later the kind you sell. As a teenager, he was a snowboarding prodigy, winning the first competition he ever entered and earning a spot on the Canadian national ski team at just 15. He won bronze and silver at the Junior World Championships and even represented Team Canada at the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City, where he finished 24th overall. But snowboarding wasn't enough of a high, so he went looking for another kind.
Well, hold up. Snowboarding was not enough of a high? Bro, I'm trying to be the best content creator, and that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Dropping out of college, he began to speculate in real estate, funded by an illegal marijuana operation that packed more than 6,800 plants into a single warehouse. In 2006, the Canadian Mounties raided the farm and found a shotgun, ammunition, and $10 million worth of cannabis. But no sign of Wedding. Even with all that evidence, investigators still couldn't make any charges stick. Despite the close call, Wedding doubled down. He teamed up with Iranians and Russians to move cocaine across borders. In 2010, he was convicted for trying to buy cocaine from an undercover U.S. agent 2 years earlier and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Instead of reflecting on his mistakes, Wedding used his time behind bars to plan his next move and make new connections. After his release, he fled to Mexico and rose through the ranks of the Sinaloa cartel, the country's largest drug syndicate. Down there, he became known as El Jefe, Giant, and Public Enemy. Wedding now faces a long list of felony charges, including drug trafficking, leading a criminal organization, 1 count of attempted murder, and 3 counts of arranging actual murders. He's accused of killing 57-year-old Jagtar Sidhu, his wife Harbhajan.
Style starts with the details. The difference between mid and next level, a real gold chain that
55, and 39-year-old Mohammed Safar. The Sidhus were gunned down in November 2023, allegedly in retaliation for a stolen drug shipment, though they reportedly had nothing to do with it. Zafar was murdered 6 months later in May 2024, supposedly over a drug debt. Investigators believe Wedding and his associate Andrew Clark ordered all 3 killings. The FBI is taking no chances with this one. They've put a $10 million bounty on the head of the fugitive Snow King himself. Wedding was placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list in March 2025, just a month after number 7 on our list. Number 7. 43-year-old Fausto Isidro Meza Flores, better known as El Chapo Isidro, is a Mexican drug lord and gangster. He leads the feared Los Mazalecos, the enforcement arm of the Beltran-Leyva cartel. Before his boss, Alfredo Beltran-Leyva, was locked up in the U.S., Meza Flores served as his right-hand man. Meza Flores has spent his entire life in Mexico's criminal underworld. By his early teens, he was already working for the Juarez cartel under the notorious drug lord Amado Carrillo Fuentes. But after Fuentes died from plastic surgery complications in 1997, Meza Flores and several others broke away, joining the rival Beltran-Leyva cartel. Meza Flores proved himself as a deadly hitman, known for his daring cunning and sheer bravado. On July 1, 2010, a massive gun battle broke out in the town of Tubitama between the Beltran-Leyva hitman led by Meza Flores and Ryan Wedding's Sinaloa cartel. Around 30 people were killed in the clash. But that is far from the only grisly crime with his name on it. His gang, Los Mazatlecos, has been smuggling massive amounts of meth, heroin, marijuana, and cocaine since the early 2000s. And since 2010, Meza Flores has been one of the Sinaloa cartel's biggest rivals, fueling a brutal wave of kidnappings and executions that has torn through the state of Sinaloa ever since. But the main reason Meza Flores is on the FBI Most Wanted list is his alleged role as a leader of the Meza Flores Transnational Criminal Organization, or TCO. According to the FBI, the group is responsible for trafficking massive amounts of drugs, including fentanyl, into the United States. Back in 2013, the U.S. Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control seized his assets along with those of 7 family members and 3 connected companies, all under the Kingpin Act. That same year, Meza Flores was last seen in the Mexican state of Nuevo León. Today, he remains one of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives with a $5 million bounty on his head. That's the same amount on the head of number 6 on the FBI's list. Number 6. Drug lord and terrorist leader Wilver Villegas Palomino, known as El Puerco or the Pig, is wanted for his alleged role in narco-terrorism and large-scale drug trafficking in Colombia. The 44-year-old is believed to pose a major threat to American communities through his cocaine empire and ties to terrorism. He's also linked to kidnapping, money laundering, weapons trafficking, and assassinations. None of this comes as a surprise, though. El Puerco is a top commander of Colombia's National Liberation Army, or ELN, one of the country's most dangerous narco-terrorist groups. El Puerco is wanted for allegedly smuggling cocaine into the U.S., particularly through Houston, Texas. On February 12, 2020, he was indicted by the Southern District of Texas on charges of narco-terrorism, conspiracy to import cocaine, and international cocaine distribution. His extradition was approved by Colombia's Supreme Court of Justice in February 2023, but back home, El Puerco also faces 3 arrest warrants for the murders of human rights leaders committed between 2017 and 2019, along with charges of rebellion. Between 2011 and 2016, the ELN and El Puerco were linked to 81 attacks against a crude oil pipeline between 2011 and 2016. El Puerco is still at large with a $5 million bounty on his head for information leading to his arrest or conviction. Next up on our list is a man wanted not for international narco-terrorism or drug smuggling, but for good old-fashioned cold-blooded murder. Number 5. 30-year-old Omar Alexander Cardenas is one of only 3 U.S. citizens on the most wanted list, and at 30 years old, he's also the second youngest on it. There's a $250,000 bounty on his head. On August 15, 2019, Cardenas pulled out a semi-automatic handgun outside of a barbershop in Los Angeles' Silmar neighborhood. He fired 9 rounds at 46-year-old Habali Dumas from roughly 30 feet away. One bullet struck Dumas in the head. The motive for the shooting is still unknown. It's not even clear if the 2 men knew each other at all. That said, there is a good chance the killing was gang-related. Dumas worked as a sanitation worker in a local trash company. However, family sources say he had a murky past. He'd reportedly ran with a rival of the Pierce Street Gang, a San Fernando Valley crime group, and investigators think that might have been the reason for the shooting. Cardenas is believed to have been a Pierce Street member himself, with ties to another gang known as the Pacoima Van Nuys Boys. Cardenas was charged with murder, and an arrest warrant was issued for his arrest in April 2020. The LAPD later found out that Cardenas had fled.
I spy on my competitors every day over coffee. Let me show you what I do. So I use this website, similarweb.com. They have a 7-day free trial. And what it lets you do is type in any web.
Fled the area, which led to a federal arrest warrant in September 2021. 10 months later, the man known by his street name Dollar was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Some reports claim Cardenas fled to Mexico, while others suggest he may still be holding out in Southern California, where he's believed to have family and friends. Either way, his gangland background in Los Angeles couldn't be more different from the PhD-wielding femme fatale next on the list. Number 4. Ruya Plamenova Ignatova, 45, is best known as the founder of the fraudulent cryptocurrency scheme OneCoin, called one of the biggest scams in history. But that was just the crown jewel of her criminal empire, not where it began. Ignatova was born in Bulgaria, but immigrated to Germany with her family in 1990. She performed well in school, skipping a grade and securing a scholarship to the University of Konstanz at the age of 18. She graduated with a PhD in private international law and later earned a master's degree in European law from Oxford. Despite her academic brilliance, the lure of cold, hard cash and power proved to be too tempting. In 2012, Ignatova was convicted of fraud in Germany over the shady bankruptcy of her father Plamen's company. She received a suspended 14-month sentence, but within a year she was back in business, joining another scam, the multi-level marketing and Ponzi hybrid known as Bitcoin. That likely gave her the idea for OneCoin, which she launched in 2014. Inspired by Bitcoin's success, she claimed OneCoin was a simpler, safer alternative. Investors just had to deposit money into a bank account, and in return they would receive OneCoin. But it wasn't a real cryptocurrency, and the claims that she made about the coin's increasing value were complete lies. The scam spread like wildfire, drawing investors from all across the world. When the pyramid scheme collapsed, wealthy investors lost millions. In poorer regions like rural Uganda, some people lost everything, even their homes. Just as OneCoin began to crumble, Ignatova was due to speak at a major investor event in Lisbon in October 2017. But after getting word that investigators were closing in, she boarded a Ryanair flight from Sofia to Athens and vanished. She has not been seen since. Reports suggest Ignatova might have been murdered in 2018 on the orders of a Bulgarian crime boss who helped hide her. According to those reports, she was killed aboard a yacht in the Ionian Sea, her body dismembered and thrown overboard. The alleged motive? To cover up the man's own ties to the OneCoin scam. In March 2019, the U.S. charged Ignatova with wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering, with the FBI adding Ignatova to the most wanted fugitives list in June 2022. Her brother Konstantin pleaded guilty to fraud and money laundering in 2019. In the meantime, the initial bounty on her head of $250,000 has been raised to $5 million. While the crypto queen vanished with billions, number 3 on our list left behind something far darker. Number 3. Alejandro Rosales Castillo is the last U.S. citizen on this list, and at just 26, he's also the youngest. The crimes he is wanted for were committed when he was only 17. He's accused of murdering Truc Quan Sandy Lai Lee in Charlotte, North Carolina, in August of 2016. The two had reportedly dated for a short time, and at some point, Lee sent Castillo money that he never paid back. On August 9, 2016, Castillo texted Lee saying he wanted to pay her back, and she agreed. It turned out to be a fatal mistake. They met at a Quick Trip gas station where Castillo was dropped off by his new girlfriend, 19-year-old Amia Feaster, and that's when the trouble started. Investigators believe Castillo forced Lee to withdraw all the money from her bank account, possibly at gunpoint. According to her uncle, bank records showed she took out $1,000 from an ATM, leaving the account empty. After that, Castillo allegedly drove Lee to a wooded area where he shot her once in the head and left her body in a ravine. Then he and Feaster fled the scene in Lee's black Toyota Corolla. The pair drove from North Carolina to Phoenix, Arizona, where they ditched Lee's car at a bus stop, later found abandoned by the police. From there, they headed south and crossed the border into Mexico. Lee was reported missing the day after she was killed, her body found on August 17th. On November 2nd, Castillo was charged with first-degree murder and 3 months later with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. By that time, Feaster had turned herself in to the authorities in Mexico. She was later extradited to the U.S., arrested and charged with accessory after the fact of felony murder and larceny of a motor vehicle. Although Castillo is still believed to be in Mexico, he has not been seen since. There's a $250,000 reward for the information leading to his capture. While Castillo vanished into Mexico, number 2 on our list left his crime scene much closer to home. Number 2. 35-year-old Bhadresh Kumar Chetanbhai Patel is an Indian national wanted for murdering his wife, Palak Patel, back in April 2015. He faces charges including first and second-degree murder, assault, use of a dangerous weapon with intent to injure, and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. And as those charges suggest, it was a particularly brutal crime. The couple married in November 2013 and came to the U.S. to visit relatives in September 2014. 6 months later,
Alright, so what I just posted, that's my new channel. Once that channel gets to 50 subscribers, I will be on that channel too. And so basically, I'll be on 2 different channels at a time. So when my new channel gets 50 subscribers, I'll be on that channel. And on my laptop, I'll be on TikTok or Twitch. So, because I created 2 videos. You see. Alright, so I created 2 videos on TikTok that's gonna be posted on my channel. Some of my videos are getting some traction. They're getting some traction. And I'm getting some following on TikTok. So each different platform, I'm creating different communities. But it's going to be all the same community. Under the same name and everything. So just so I don't have to, I'm not doing no divide and conquer. It's going to be all the same community. The same name everywhere.
The couple were working night shifts at a Dunkin' Donuts in Hanover, Maryland. Footage showed Bhadresh Kumar and Palak walking together in the kitchen at around 9:30 p.m. before disappearing out of view behind some racks. Moments later, Bhadresh Kumar re-emerged without his wife, turned off the oven, and left the store. Customers visiting the store grew concerned when no one was behind the counter, so they flagged down a nearby police officer to check things out. Inside, the officer found Palak's body. She had been brutally beaten and stabbed multiple times with a large kitchen knife. Police reviewed the CCTV footage and quickly realized the killer was Bhadresh Kumar, who had already gone. More than an hour had passed, giving him plenty of time to get away. He returned to his apartment on foot.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with
Grabbed a few personal items and then took a cab to a hotel near Newark Liberty International Airport. According to the driver, he was calm the entire ride. He was last seen on the morning of April 13th around 10 a.m. at Newark Penn Station in New Jersey and has not been seen since. During the investigation, Palak's family revealed her last phone call, made just moments before she was killed. She wanted to return home to India. Police believe Bhadresh Kumar overheard the call, argued with her, and killed her over the decision to leave. Authorities think he either fled the country or is hiding with his relatives. His U.S. visa had already expired by the time of the murder, making it nearly impossible for him to leave legally. It's thought he is still somewhere in the United States, possibly in New Jersey, Kentucky, Georgia, or Illinois, where he had connections. There's a reward of up to $250,000 available for information that leads to his whereabouts. From a husband on the run to a warlord with an army, number 1 on the list takes things to an entirely different level. Number 1. Yulan Adonai Archaga Kabias stands apart from the other gang leaders, narco-terrorists, and drug smugglers on this list for one reason: his bold impunity. Archaga Kabias, also known as Porky, is believed to be a top boss in Honduras' notorious MS-13 cartel, overseeing.
I might not see what y'all say because I'm about to go live on Kick. Let me get that up. 1 second. Let me see. I'll be right back. Gotta get something real quick.
Another friend.
Oh.
Alright, everybody. Alright, so what I am doing right now I brought up I am on my Kick channel. Because I have to update that. It's 2026. I gotta update my TikTok channel. I'll connect my new one though. I'll connect my leave down like that. But how's everybody doing? Who's ever watching? And I'm also about to get my see real quick. You gotta get everything right, you feel me? I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good, Burberry. How was your New Year's? Um, I'm trying to oh my goodness. like that. I'm connecting my Discord to my Kick. Because, a lot of people don't really, man, I'm on every platform for real. I'm on every platform for a reason. Nah. Yeah, I'm on Kick, but because I'm a troop. I'm a fan. I'm part of a Phantom Troops group. You feel me? So I gotta work towards being a. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. It's about to go. It's about to be good. It is about to be good, cause I'm building up my TikTok content, building up my Kick content. Once I get 50 subscribers, I'll be on that one. While on this one, I'll be switching to either Kick or Twitch. But I'm also going to. So once I get paid from YouTube, I'm gonna pay for. So we ain't gotta worry about the ads. That's how I'm gonna pay for sure. Cause I just got two people subscribed to my channel, which was 2 hours ago. Oh yeah, 2026. Yeah, I'm about to I'm about to go to work in 2026. What was that one? What was that one thing I was looking at? So let me see. It was what was that thing? I was able to. I might have to download it on this phone again. Oh, okay. Kid got a. I'm trying to get this one right. You feel me? We about to go up another level. All right. Yeah. So I need to build up my kick. I gotta add these. sure I got everything right. Alright, cool. So, let's get this right. Y'all was good. Was poppin', Kick. How y'all doing? This is day 2. So I'm over here on my laptop on YouTube. Right here, I'm on Kick. How y'all doing? Working on building this up because I have 51 followers on Kick, but I gotta put more fire into it. So I'm gonna be going live every day. And so I see the session. I'm glad it shows me my followers, the viewers, the sub, the signal. We Gucci. So let me see something. Oh shoot. Alright. So who's ever watching me on Kick, tell me where you watching from. Tell me where you watching from. Let's see. I see it says I got 2 viewers. But on here it don't show me. The viewers. It's kind of crazy. that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that I got mods on Kick, but I have not seen them. Like, where y'all at? Blame Jungle, It's Chunky, kind of crazy. I gotta create some channel emotes, some sub badge emotes. I'm gonna get all that worked out. So, first thing I gotta do is to complete some of these achievements on here. So, the first one is hang with my community. So, I need to I'm not going to turn off none of my stuff off. I'm keeping this kick stream up so I can complete certain achievements on my YouTube channel, for my kick. So I got my kick on. I got my YouTube on. So I'm not able. The only way I can see what people are saying is to keep it like this. So, what's good with you, Stream Hub? Where you coming from? Where you coming out of? Where you coming out of? What's good with y'all? So, I am, whatever y'all want to know about, whatever y'all want to talk about, we can talk about it. I'm not a gatekeeper. Whatever you want to learn, I got you. I'm an entrepreneur for a reason. We all got a purpose in the life that we live in. In the life that we live in. So, I'm trying to become a partner on Kick. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this for sure. Because I see there's not a lot of people biting on Kick. There's not that many flavors on Kick. So I'm gonna be on here going crazy. I cannot wait until Grand Theft Auto 6 drop. Wait until Grand Theft Auto 6 drop. But then also, I'm gonna make it to where that I'm able to stream on multiple platforms, because I'm gonna pay for that. I don't know how much it's gonna cost. I'm gonna pay for it. Cause we about to go up. We about to go up for sure. Cause right now, what y'all about to see me do, I'm about to be cleaning out. I'm about to be cleaning out the. I'm cleaning out out the refrigerator. So. I see here Aiden Ross is at the top. So I guess I gotta reach the ladder. You feel me? I gotta reach the ladder. We're gonna be getting busy in 2026. This is day 2. Get things in order. So let me put this chair back in the room. Then I found out how many notebooks I got. I got 10 notebooks at my disposal. For sure. Any new people watching me on Kick, tell me where y'all watching from. Tell me what state y'all watching, what country. And if y'all new, give me a follow. I'm focused on building up a content type of community. Positivity, focused on helping people build a business, whatever y'all want to do. Alright, so right now, what I'm doing is I am about to clean up. You feel me? I'm cleaning up. That's what I'm doing. I'm organizing. So first, I'm taking stuff out to clean it out. We just got groceries. We just got groceries today. Though. Well, let me see. I'm gonna get y'all right though. I'm gonna get y'all right. Oh, I got some drops. Some drops. 1 second. Let me get y'all right.
Make it a habit. A 10-minute AI routine every morning. You'll be unrecognizable by Christmas. You in?
So this is the only time that
Alright. This is why festival and convention scams are out of control. Listen. I'm mixed with Nigerians, but I'm not the one who's gonna scam you. I'm gonna show you how to do it. I'm not the streamer who bombards y'all to support my channel. If you want to support, all you gotta do is send 99 cents. That's it. Like 99 cents, $1. Just imagine. 100,000 people just send $1. That's good. Cause I'm literally treating the content that I make. This is like a legitimate company. Like Was Never Media is a company. Like my business bank account is connected to all my different platforms. So let's get into this. This is why festival and convention scams are out of control. Mind y'all, I can't see what y'all saying on YouTube because I am live on Kick as well. Alright.
I have ever suspected that the convention was a scam.
Hey, you guys want to see what happens when you don't promote a boat show and no one knows you're having it? It's empty.
Can you believe I got all this for only $63?
Okay, so today we have another round of festivals and conventions that are either not worth the price, run extremely poorly, or just a straight up scam. It still amazes me how often this happens. There are so many different examples online being uploaded constantly, and because of that, we have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just start off with some of the conventions.
This is the only time that I have ever suspected that the convention was a scam. It's also the only time I ended up crying alone at my booth. I've ended at about 30 events this year, and Anime Market Sacramento was my 9th and the worst. There were no attendees, point blank. There was no advertising for the show, there were no attendees. Artists all paid $250 to $1,500. These were also super widely spaced, people kept coming up behind me, it was weird. Turns out the con runner wasn't even in the country. This is just speculation, but it does seem that they took the money and ran. Except, I won my chargebacks. Turns out it's run by Doki Doki Anime Market in Singapore, and this owner has a track record.
So, as you just heard at the end of that clip, it seems like this has become somewhat of a business. Organizing all of these conventions, being able to take a ton of money from vendors, I mean $250 to $1,500 per, and yeah, you could rent out a warehouse space for a day or maybe a weekend. Nobody shows up, the marketing is terrible, you pocket the money and on to the next one. I am glad that she was able to get her money back at the end of the day, but that doesn't happen too often. Many vendors and possible attendees that do show up just get their money taken from their wallet and they're completely screwed. I asked you guys in an older video, have you ever been to a festival or convention that you regret going to? Foodieland was super hot and very crowded. Most of the food was indeed mid, tried out the pasta, which was okay, and the oysters, which were bad. We have our own little subsection about food in this video we'll talk about a little bit later. I went to a Harry Potter event in Austin, Texas. It was just a mile-long trail with speakers that had characters saying lines from the movie. There was mostly just gift shops and stuff like butterbeer, which was just overpriced caramel water. More local and casual events are looking like this lately. Overpriced goods, long lines, limited or poor parking makes you want to stay home. I'm not even attending our small town fair. Fairs used to offer good food at decent prices, but not anymore. Too expensive all around. Again, something we're going to talk about in this video. California State Fair in Sacramento 2025. Aside from the oppressive heat, the food and drinks were way overpriced. They were charging $10+ for non-alcoholic drinks that were just loaded with sugar. Beers were also $15, cocktails started at $20, $25 for bland barbecue sandwiches, $40 for the lukewarm bland ribs, $10 to $15 for a caramel apple. This one kind of hits close to home where I used to live. I went to a Latin food festival at the American Dream Mall in New Jersey. For me, it was a waste of money, $20 to get in, and then you had to pay for parking on top of it. The food was mid, nothing special you could find any day of the week. I paid $6 for lukewarm Mexican corn. Never again. But we'll go back over to some of the conventions where almost all of the vendors are selling the same things.
At Rose City Comic Con today, and we are going to count how many booths have Labubus, Funko Pops, or 3D printed slots. There is a vendor here in the exhibitors hall who sells fake Sunny Angels, and if you're a consumer, I don't care if you buy like fake merchandise. That's your money, do what you want, boo. But I feel like if you are a vendor, especially in the exhibitors hall, you should be selling real, true merchandise. But I see her at 3 conventions. She pisses me off every time I see her. And I know they're fake because, one, I'm a Sunny Angel collector, so like I know what a real Sunny Angel looks like. But also, she's in the exhibitors hall and she has a no recording policy, which is just sucks. Like, if you are reselling merchandise, Why do you have a no filming policy? Like, that's just weird and a red flag to me. I hate her. I've seen her 3 different times. I saw her out of state too.
Are you looking to start your own business? Well, look no further than busy.com. Right now, we'll complete your LLC filing.
Okay, so a couple things here.
So I might not see what y'all are saying. If y'all watching, if anybody's saying anything was good with y'all, hold on 1 second. Let me see something. I was pretty sure. One second, be right back. One second, bro. Alright, I think I set it up to where if y'all do say something, I don't know that somebody's there. So appreciate each and every one of y'all. Sure. Yeah, so right now what I'm doing, I'm cleaning out the freezer. Cleaning out the freezer. Because, you know, it's a new year. You gotta go into the new year right. Gotta go in right. So, I drop videos on TikTok. About to get some streamers. I'm about to get, everything gonna be making sense. Everything is going to make sense. Let me take this watch off though. Take this watch off.
If you're telling people that you're not allowed to record the booth while you're also selling fake items, I mean, how obvious can you really get? I don't know how she hasn't been reported to the people who organize these conventions. You're not allowed to sell fake items in general, and funny enough, I had no idea what Sunny Angels were in general, but the last video that I uploaded on my main channel talked about them, and then right after figuring out what they are, we're talking about them again, but somebody's selling fake versions of them. That's crazy. Along with, of course, all the other vendors just selling Funko Pops, Labubus, just the same crap. You could add in a bunch of AI slop, any of the 3D printed stuff. There are a lot of clips on TikTok like what's up on screen right now. Nobody bought this lady's AI slop for the entire 4-hour duration of this holiday market. Life is good. Another one here, ultimate rage bait, being across from the AI slop at the artist market. Almost every single market and festival we've attended in the last 2 years is 70% MLM or AI. It's infuriating to the point where I'm afraid to buy any prints because I know I'm so bad at noticing AI, and don't get me started with the fake crochet. Now, keeping on the topic of selling fake merchandise, we have a wild example right here.
You won't believe it, but here's a scam inside of the Canton Fair or any expo you go to in China. Let me try to get a person from that. So this woman here is selling scarves, but that is not her booth. So these are name brand scarves. So I won't say what brands. They're designer scarves, but they're only 100 RMB. Another one here. Here's another one behind me. So what these people do is they take advantage of the end of the show, usually on the last day of any expo or fair, at around 1 to 2 p.m. The exhibitors have already started to pack up and they've gone home. So these guys will come out with 4 sale signs as if they're selling sample stock, and they're selling all these famous brands. I got fleeced at the Shanghai Beauty Expo last year because I thought I bought Dior perfume for 20 bucks, but it wasn't Dior perfume for 20 bucks, okay? So this is crazy. They literally find fake exhibitor badges, they come into the expo, they steal someone's closed booth, pretend to be a manufacturer, and then they will sell you fake designer goods as if they are the manufacturer for these companies.
And a comment from you guys goes very well with this clip. Turns out con isn't short for convention at all. That is crazy, the lengths that they'll go through to sell fake designer items and not even admitting it. At least if you go to Canal Street, you know all the items you're getting are fake. You don't really care if you're purchasing it. The seller obviously knows. But this one, they're trying to make it look like they're the original manufacturers of it. I got an ID badge and we're in a booth. That's just nuts. This is just hurting the entire convention scene as a whole, along with some of the ridiculous resale prices you're seeing.
I am never gonna buy an anime figure at a convention. This Egghead Luffy figure was going for $50. Meanwhile, the exact same figure is 1,500 yen or $10 on Suragaya. I understand these people have to make a living and get their bag, but they're not getting it from me. I'm sorry.
And I do understand that as well. If you have an item that's a little bit more desirable or maybe older, it's just rare, you'd of course sell it for a higher price. But if you could get this figure for a fraction of the price online, what's the point of buying it from one of these vendors? But we'll transition over to some of the county fairs with this comment from you guys. Even the county fairs are a joke nowadays. $15 for a sausage sandwich, $12 for an ice cream cone. What are they thinking?
Leave no sale behind with the world's best converting checkout from Shopify. Say goodbye to abandoned carts and hello to cha-chings in every channel. When it's time to sell more, it's time for Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Looking for an easier way to get that LLC next to your business name? Say hello to Taylor Brand. Just go.
This fair is absolutely mind-blowing. So I had to pay admission to get into the fair, plus parking. Then you had to buy the wristbands for unlimited rides. Then we go to get on to a ride and we're told that we don't have the wristband for the ride. And we're like, what? We bought unlimited. Apparently you have to buy 2 different wristbands because some of the rides are for one, some of the rides are for others. How is that unlimited?
Now, I'm not sure which state fair she's talking about, but one of them that's made waves recently is the Texas State Fair. That was just a mess. It was ridiculously expensive. I mean, there's a clip up on screen right now. This is how much I spent at the state fair. Just to park, it was $40. Admission, 2 adults and a kid, another $76. Tickets, $160 for 160 tickets. And that was the only way to purchase a lot of things at the fair. The strawberry lemonade was $6. Biscoff cheesecake was $16. Tornado potato, $10. Corn on the cob, another $10. Pineapple whip, $15. Quesadilla, another $15. Turkey leg, $22.
Bro, fairs are a scam. I don't go to fairs. You all are out your mind. Y'all are out your mind, bro. Y'all out your mind thinking I'm doing that. For sure.
Cotton candy $6, and by the end of it they spent over $400 for a single day at the fair. That is absolutely insane to me. $411 to walk around and eat some food. All these prices are why people aren't going anymore. $40 to park, $15 for ice cream. This is why I stopped going to the state fair. $76 for just tickets. And that's why, again, there are a lot of clips like this on social media. The fair on a Friday night, actual concern. Basically, nobody's there. It looks like a ghost town. Another example right here, 2025 Texas State Fair during the day. Looks like nobody is there. Here we have an example of one of the holiday events that definitely did not seem to be worth it. 3 hours to get in and another 2 hours to get out. This was at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You were able to drive around the track. There was a whole bunch of light up snowflakes and trees, but honestly, it doesn't look that great, especially for how long it took to get in. On top of the next clip, each car was $50. Buses were $175 to see that. I'm not gonna lie, that does not seem worth it to me. But now we'll head over to some of the food examples.
That was a ripoff.
Hey, can you believe I got all this for only $63? This is a steal.
You got that for $63? Hold up. $63 for that. Those 2 meals at the fair, man. Y'all out your minds, bro. Y'all out your minds. Y'all out your rabbit minds. Y'all out your minds. Y'all out your minds for real. Y'all out your minds for real. 'Cause, who? That's crazy. That's $63 for that? Man.
So that was recorded at the last SEMA event. $63 for 2 sandwiches. I mean, I get it. If you're at a very big event or a high traffic area, the barrier to get in is going to be very expensive. I mean, we could take a look at this example.
We've been hearing you think prices are a little steep at Union Square Holiday Market. Here's why. So the cost of entry for vendors is
$20,000 minimum.
For me, it costs about $22,000 just to be in this space for 6 weeks. On top of that cost, the space comes bare bones. We have to hire a contractor and buy all of the materials to build out our little mini restaurant in 2 days. And then on top of that, most vendors, small businesses are renting a commissary kitchen where you pay rent there to use the kitchen, pay rent for storage space, dry storage, freezer space, and refrigerator space. But what makes it worth it is you'll find unique vendors making one-of-a-kind, delicious, handcrafted, house-made food that you can't find anywhere else.
Okay, so I bet that the food is pretty good, but her talking about people complaining that the prices were steep, along with any of the clips that they showed in the video not actually showing the prices of all the food and drinks that they were selling, is never a good sign. I don't know how $22,000 is worth it for 6 weeks, but whether your food is good or not, those prices in this economy is just going to push a lot of people away. I mean, we have another example here, pretty crazy one. The ridiculous food prices at EDC. 6 empanadas for 50 bucks, 10 taquitos for 50, and 10 normal tacos for 70 bucks. A whole pizza being $96 after tax, you're talking $100. Sushi platter, 6 rolls, $100 again. And one of the comments from this video makes a very good point. Notice how empty their stalls are. $100 for pizza is actually insane. And we also have another comment from you guys here. There's also farmers market scams where they buy wholesale veggies and fruits and upsell them saying it's organic. We've gone over that in an entire dedicated video on this channel. But regardless how much these vendors pay for their locations, if the prices are too high, people are just not going to show up and purchase.
I'm at this market right now that I paid $300 for the table, and it...
You paid $300 for a table? What? There's a restaurant out here in Kentucky where for you to sit at a certain table, they have Gucci tables and Louis Vuitton tables. You have to pay over $300 to $500 to sit at these tables. Like, what? Get out of here. Get out of here. Luna, move. You want to get in? You want to get put in? Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy.
It's currently 4 out of the 5 hours in, and I've made $120. So I'm not going to make the amount of money that I paid.
Being vulnerable as a small business owner, sometimes things just don't work out. Listen, I'm an entrepreneur. Every business I ever started, I always had a different outcome. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy.
To be here back because there's like nobody here, and it's not my demographic. But what can you do?
Honestly, I used to love markets. Now they're filled with 3D printed junk, and they don't feel worth going to. Even the creator responds, I saw so much Temu stuff, it drives me crazy. Too many markets, too many people monetizing hobbies. Too many people reselling Temu items. I used to love doing markets and going to them, but it's too hard to find good ones. But we'll go over to this next example with the opposite problem.
Traffic, we finally got to park. We walked down a quarter of a mile or so to find this line that you're seeing.
So the whole rest of the clip is him just walking down the entire line, waiting a little bit and realizing that they're not getting in. They just left. Complete waste of time and money. Apparently the fire marshal shut down the entire event as well because so many showed up. Just another example of organizers and promoters getting way over their head. And at least for this specific event, we've gone over it before. Panda Fest, where I'm not going to lie, the prices of the food that you could get there were off the charts. It really didn't seem worth it to me back then, along with having to wait in that kind of line, but we could go over to the comments. All the food events that I've been to in Charlotte were disappointing. Poor management, super long lines, and overpriced food. There you go. I'm all about supporting local businesses, but this was just not worth it. Promoters, in quotations, for these types of events are just hustlers who don't know what they're doing and trying to make quick, dirty money. We went today, paid for tickets to get in, paid for the overpriced food, and very crowded. Very small venue, nothing for kids, we left and went to a Chinese restaurant. We have another example from you guys right here. I love ice cream. I made the mistake of going to an ice cream festival. While standing in line for my third tiny scoop of ice cream, it dawned on me that I'm an adult, and if I wanted to spend a weekend eating 10 real scoops a day at 10 different places, I could do that anytime I want without all the nonsense. And especially with the prices they're charging for these events and festivals, I would say you'd probably do cheaper on your own.
Hungry Root makes sticking to my anti-inflammatory diet so easy. I just started an anti-inflammatory diet, and at first I was nervous I wouldn't have a ton of options, but Hungry Root made it.
If anybody has given money to Witches Brew LLC to book an event as a vendor, get your money back now. It's a scam. Their next event, called Carnival de la Lune, is listed as being at the Heritage Museum OC, which has no listings for that day, September 6th, for this company, and in fact, does have a different event booked. So, please, don't work with them. Get your money back.
I know I put a lot of different types of examples in this video, but I could have put this same situation over and over again for the entire length. That's how common these scams are becoming. Their coordinator is so unorganized. I did an event with them in 2021 and it was awful. They offered to credit me in events or give me a partial refund, and I never got either. Haven't done an event with them since, heard tons of nightmare stories from others.
I swear to God, everyone needs to start complaining to their state attorney general's offices about these BookCon events that people keep on getting absolutely scammed at this year. Because first it was a Million Lives book festival. That was freaking insane. I mean, I would have complained to the Maryland Attorney General's office the second I didn't get my refund. That was crazy. Then it was the one at the Gaylord here in DC as well. I think the National Harbor might be in Maryland. And then this Romance Con one that now I'm seeing on my TikTok, like, this is crazy. And it's like so sad to me because it's primarily like women and authors that are getting scammed out of their like hard-earned money, which is really, really sad and just like frankly awful.
Yet another niche at these conventions with a ton of scams. I would say particularly the romance and fantasy genres have seen quite a bit of these types of problems, and I mean, I can make these videos showing different examples, tons of other people could share their stories on social media, but it kind of just looks like it will keep happening. I have a couple other examples right here. This one's a very odd one. Tourists claim scam over India's artificial snow patch mountain. I don't really know what they were expecting here, but rather than natural snowfall, the area had patches of artificial snow with visitors renting gear and taking photos, making it look like they're in the Alps or something like that. Manali does not receive snowfall throughout the year, and citizens noted that tourists should check details before visiting. Oh man. And we got another one here, short and sweet, with an empty boat show.
Hey, you guys want to see what happens when you don't promote a boat show and no one knows you're having it? It's empty. It's only 2.5 more hours of this nonsense.
Now, I don't doubt that the promotion was probably really bad, but again, with this economy, I don't think too many people are going out and buying boats. So having a whole parking lot full of these boats, I don't know how many customers you're really going to get. But either way, just a giant waste of time and money. But we could go over to another classic, the water lantern festivals.
Honestly, I wish it was clickbait. It isn't. This is the biggest scam I've ever attended. Just take one look at their website or social media, and here is the experience that we had versus what they advertised. I'll tell you what we got. We got a kit that was missing parts, so my partner had to go back and get another kit. We got one pen. They advertised unique stalls, loads of food vendors, with a barbecue shack. And this is the price that we were paying.
There are a ton of examples I've seen with these lantern festivals being a scam. Another one kind of similar to that up on screen. What we were expecting seems like a concert with a whole bunch of candles, looks really nice, versus what we got. Something not nearly as nice, but I bet it still cost a pretty penny to get into that venue. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video.
This is why oversharing online has gone too far in 2025. Let's go back in time, shall we? Let me see. Let's go back in time.
If you did, please leave a
Style starts with the detail. The difference between mid and next level, a real gold chain that hits.
This RL streamer cracked.
So look, this is why. Hold on, make sure. I want to make sure that y'all see what I'm seeing. Alright, cool. This is why oversharing online has gone too far. Look, I have never overshared in my life. So I'll tell y'all this. I'm an introverted person. When I tell you how closed off I was there was a certain time people didn't even know who my wife was married to. People never really met me for real. I would hear from everybody saying, "Who's your husband?" Because my wife speaks about me like every day, like on the daily. And it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. But let's see what's going on here. Hey, for the people watching me, who's ever watching me on Kick, share the live, follow me, like, tell me about yourselves.
Crashed his car into a store while live streaming it. He did this because he just wanted to see what would happen.
Do you think that parents should be posting pictures of their children online? In short, no.
I'm not gonna lie, one of the biggest problems in 2025 is people oversharing on social media.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at oversharing on the internet. I feel like everybody knows someone in their life that loves to do it, whether it's making uncomfortable TikToks in hopes of gaining some sort of attention, or just posting on Facebook every single second of the day. It only seems to be getting more common, but this has started to cause a lot of problems. Some share too much, getting in trouble in their real lives, getting fired from their jobs. Others record themselves committing crimes and putting it online, and then some just showing how out of touch with reality they really are with the world. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just start off with people sharing their own crimes.
One beautiful Lambo, care of our tax dollars. Here's the story. The Louisiana woman has been arrested for Medicaid fraud, all while driving this beautiful Lamborghini. According to Attorney General Liz Burrell, Candace Taylor, age 35, seen behind me, of committing Medicaid recipient fraud. How? Because she underreported her income to qualify for Medicaid benefits, all while showcasing her beautiful luxury lifestyle online. She has been reported to deposit over $480,000, paid $45,000 for Audi finances, wired $100,000 to an exotic car dealership, spent $13,000 on a 2022 Lamborghini Yaris, made large withdrawals for property, plastic surgery, jewelry, and other luxury service. The Louisiana Department of Health filed a complaint triggering her arrest. She is not the first nor the last.
So I'm not saying she would have gotten away with it completely if she didn't post online, but that probably wasn't the smartest thing to do. Of course, it being public, anybody on the planet could see it, knowing your name, where you live as well. How did you not think eventually this would catch up to you? But in today's world where attention and clicks and views are so important, this is way more common than you think. We have a comment from one of you guys too. The best are those who film themselves committing crimes. We could take a look at a couple examples right here.
This RL streamer crashed his car into a store while live streaming it. He did this because he just wanted to see what would happen.
That is the dumbest thing.
How is this real? How the bar for IRL streaming has collapsed this low is a question I will continue to ask myself perpetually throughout my career. From crashing his mother's car into a store while drunk driving to eating poisonous mushrooms and tasting his own body waste on stream. Why is he doing this? Because again, he wanted to see what would happen. 192 miles an hour on public highways to, I guess, flex on his subscribers. So, buckle up. Or, well, maybe don't, because this guy clearly didn't. That's not just reckless, that's just straight up main character syndrome. In the description of each video, it says, "This video is not me and it's filmed in Mexico." Sure, bud. It's kind of like the guys who recklessly drive in New York. They put the disclaimer of, "This is all a graphic render."
We were just shooting up there. We do content, so we were about to go do some more content.
Right. Once you hear the breakdown, you'll understand that getting arrested actually has crossed his mind multiple times while filming this. So, how did this genius move lead to a pair of handcuffs? Well, let me break it down.
So, not surprising, eventually you get caught. You could blur your face, not put your name out online, but somewhere, some way, you are going to slip up, or somebody's going to see something in public, especially when you're filming, committing crimes, and it's all going to come back to bite you. Here we could take a look at another example of somebody trying to play the victim mentality, sharing too much online again, and now she got arrested for it.
This TikTok DoorDash driver just went from viral victim to felony defendant after she came online, saying that she was essayed on the job.
Police are doing nothing! I lost my job! That was my only way to make money to pay my bills!
And she went viral pretty fast as a DoorDash driver who claimed that she was essayed on the job.
I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. The DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. Their front door was wide open, their lights were on, they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me.
Well, as it turns out, other creators started putting out screenshots that showed that she had quite...
Look, I have done DoorDash for 10 years. 10. You were only supposed to go to the door, deliver to the front door. How would you know that the man was laying down on his couch? When I do DoorDash deliveries, I only deliver to the door. I have delivered over 6,500 deliveries, and only 500 people see me delivering to them. So over 6,000 people don't even know what I look like unless you have a camera on your house. That's the only way you know who's delivering at your house. Like, what? What?
deleted an earlier version of that video, one that showed her nudging the door open before panning to the sleeping guy on the couch. As of last week, she's been arrested, charged with 2 felonies, and could be facing years in prison.
I'm the victim.
Yeesh.
So most likely you know who this creator is. Atozy has an entire channel basically dedicated to all of these stories that are never ending. So many people want to be influencers, streamers, or just get some attention online. They take it way too far, filming every little second, committing crimes as well, and then they're surprised when there's consequences. But you probably knew this next clip was coming up. We have an entire dedicated series on the channel, specifically talking about people getting fired because of their TikToks. With how terrible of a job market and landscape that we're in right now, I think it's pretty important to have a steady stream of money coming in every couple weeks, but I guess some people don't think that way, as long as they get some likes.
So I'm the LPN who got fired for creating my content at work. Now I know I have a lot of comments on my videos, and apparently I'm the only nurse in the world that creates content, or the only medical professional that people see. So it was destined to happen. Now one thing about me is that I'm lighthearted and I laugh a lot. I like to make other people laugh. Besides, the Bible...
You never make content if you have a 9 to 5. You got to separate the content creating from your actual job. You never show the pills. You don't show none of that. That's crazy.
Says laughter doeth good as medicine, right? And I've had a lot of people comment on my videos, which is good because you guys know what traction brings. But I'm going to tell you 2 things that I'm not: dumb and delusional. I'm a very well-educated black woman with 2 degrees. I can go anywhere today, tomorrow, yesterday, any time of day and get a job if I wanted to. And when and if I'm ready to go back to work, you guys will know.
Okay, so we got a couple things to talk about. Yet another example of a nurse getting fired. This is probably the most common job that I see people losing because they end up recording at work. I don't get it because it's not like it's easy to become a nurse and it's a pretty decent salary, but they see one or two people get a good amount of views talking about their job, they do it as well, they end up breaking HIPAA violations and they get fired. But the second half is her talking about being able to get a job wherever she wants and she'd tell you when she did it. So if we go over to her page, you could see she turned into yet another guru. Nurse to digital marketer to stay-at-home Wi-Fi rich. How I make money online. Over $660,000 in 14 months with digital marketing. Beginner-friendly 24 streams of income. $479 that I guess you could pay with Afterpay and Klarna. Oh man. How to make your first $4,000 in 30 days. You have to pay $147 for that. AI influencer pack I guess you could buy from her as well. Six-figure mentorship is $500. Bridge to wealth is...
Watch out for people who do these type of things. Watch out for the fake gurus. Watch out for them. Because I don't do none of this stuff. I don't record myself when with my medical courier business, once I'm able to get back to working, I would never record myself delivering medical stuff because I go to people's actual homes. I can't put that on camera. Like what? What? That's insane work.
397.
That's crazy.
This is just another guru selling you courses, and that's how they make money. This just all stems from her getting fired from her job because she was sharing too much on...
I never sell courses. I'm a legitimate entrepreneur.
On social media. I know I talk about this constantly throughout both of my channels, but there are just so many different accounts that do the same thing over and over again. The amount of these pages are only increasing as time goes on. Here we have a quick video we could take a look at, but just think of the mentality of the person behind the camera when this happens.
What is this? What did you do?
I love how you're immediately recording and not helping me.
He has a point. He sounds so exhausted. The camera went off real quick. So it looks like this guy was trying to build his own PC. He messed up something and cracked the tempered glass. However, he was still holding it over the sink just so it wouldn't shatter and go everywhere. And his partner's first thought was to take out their phone and record and go, "What did you do? Don't help him at all. This could be a funny moment that I could put up on Facebook or TikTok. I'll get some engagement out of this." This is the mentality of so many people today. It's not even just the influencers that try to make their entire lives content. It's normal everyday people, I guess, looking for the dopamine of maybe getting a viral clip. I really don't know anymore. We could just move on.
I'm not gonna lie, one of the biggest problems in 2025 is people oversharing on social media. There should be no reason why when I open this app, the first video I see is your parents' last moment alive.
Like I'm literally hearing the death rattle of someone's parent
sitting in the hospital taking their last breaths. And you chose to post that on TikTok. I know if your parent was alive to see that or got a chance to see that after the fact, they would curse you out. Same thing with people taking their pets to the vet to put them down and then setting up the camera
and ugly crying on their dog's dead body. Like, there's something wrong with y'all.
I'm glad that neither of those examples have popped up on my For You page, but I did see something in the same realm we'll go over in a second, but we have a comment from you guys first. People should really start investing in journals again. Normalize gatekeeping in all personal information. I agree with that, but on the same hand, if you watch one of my older videos talking about how TikTok ruined all hobbies, if you start looking up just journaling, a very simple hobby, on TikTok, Instagram, really any social media platform, you go down a rabbit hole where you could be spending a massive amount of money on these journals, the pens. Everything is designed to try to squeeze as much money out of you as humanly possible. But
listen, I got 10 journals. I got one journal for all my inventions, all my ideas, business-wise. I got one journal for YouTube, one journal for TikTok, one journal for Twitch. Each journal does something. So my YouTube journal, I filled it up for everything that I'm going to be doing for this month.
We could talk about what's up on screen right now. This is a video that was re-uploaded because surprisingly it was taken down by the original creator of a mom doing one of the TikTok dances while her child is having difficulty in the hospital. Little Lee was taken in because of low oxygen. He tested positive for RSV, and again, the same mentality with the custom PC setup. I'm going to bring in my tripod, my phone, I'm going to record myself in front of my kid doing a TikTok dance and upload it to the world. At least I'm not the only one who thinks that this is insane. There are a lot of other clips doing parodies, basically making fun of the original clip, just showing how ridiculous all of this has gotten. But we could transition to even more serious of a topic, to be honest. At least in my own opinion, we have a comment here. People who share photos and information on their children are insane. Why would you do something so dangerous?
Do you think that parents should be posting pictures of their children online?
In short, no.
Why?
So you said earlier, don't scare parents. Well, unfortunately, there are some bad actors online. They are people who have nefarious intentions, let's call it that. They can take those images and people will say, but it's only on my Facebook account. And I only share it to my family and friends. And I want to go back to the fact that most perpetrators are known to the family in that way. But if we post on technology, on social media, on platforms, then the potential is that image can be captured. So you might have heard of the term screen grab. It could be downloaded, and if it can be downloaded, it can now be put into another program that can manipulate it, and it can be made into child imagery.
Even if your account is private?
Yeah.
And you guys have probably seen all the fake AI videos, the photos throughout all of social media too. This could be used for way worse reasons than just AI slop. I find schools posting on Facebook a huge risk as well. Would you invite all your followers into your home mentality is so important. Honestly, in 2025, parents doing this are being so negligent. There's so much evidence on how our pictures could get manipulated, and I agree with that as well, but take a look at this comment. I will never understand this. You're not posting your physical baby, you're just posting a picture? Let the weirdos do whatever they want. They'll never actually physically affect your baby. I just don't get it. That is an insane take to me. Because if those same degenerates would take photos and manipulate them, you don't think that they could find out where you and your kid live? Where they go to school? Where they would be the most vulnerable? That is absolutely nuts to me. And this could be taken a step further, especially with the influencer moms now.
I truly cannot believe that this is a controversial take. But in 2025, do any of us seriously believe that moms that post their kids, especially their little girls?
Listen, when I get my new vehicle, I never put stickers on the car. I don't want to show where our kids go to school, where I graduated from. Like, cause if you put all that on your vehicle, people gonna notice. Oh, you got this, you got that, you got this many kids. Like, nah, that's a done data. It's a done data.
And swimsuits that have hundreds of saves. Do we really believe that they don't understand what's happening? That they don't understand who's saving those videos? That if they look at their followers, they don't see who's following them? Do we really believe they care about their child's safety when they're deleting and blocking people that are saying, hey, this is probably not a safe thing to post? It's evil and it's vile and it's wanting money and likes and attention over child safety.
That's how important the fame and the money is to some people. They would legitimately risk their child's safety. Lindsay Arnold posting Sage in those dancing lessons. I'm so concerned about this. Everleigh, she's like 12, and they got her dancing in tiny clothes. Avery Woods, Lindsay Arnold again. There were thousands of comments calling out these types of people. This has become a much darker video than I initially intended. We could keep on the subject of the influencers just being completely out of touch, sharing too much of their lives now, and especially in this climate, maybe Maybe don't post about you getting lower views when most of the content is just circled around the luxury lifestyle anyway.
I have millions of followers and I'm getting no views. So we need to talk. I know that most of you can't relate to my content anymore because I'm showing off luxuries and all sorts of
That's kind of crazy. Because I'm on the totem pole. I'm at the lowest. There are people who have millions of followers, millions of subscribers, where all of their subscribers don't really watch them like that. Because you gotta elevate. Like, you can't just show the same stuff. That's why every day I wake up, I am focused on creating different types of content. So if I see anything pop up on my feed that has a lot of traction on it, then I'm going to go on to it. But if it's not positive, then I'm not going to do it. Because I have a Venn diagram where I put what's positive out there, what's negative out there, and then what's in the middle. Then I'm looking at the numbers on what's going to give me what I'm looking for, and then I focus on that video, that topic.
expensive things that most of you could only dream to have, while most of you are just fighting to afford basic necessities. But I have millions of followers, and I'm getting like 10,000 views. I think it's so...
These people be having so many followers, but it don't be matching the viewership. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, sad. Why am I being punished with low views just because I didn't post for a week? What kind of just and fair society is that? Anyway, guys, please keep me in your prayers. Hopefully my views go up.
So if you don't know who he's making fun of, there's a clip going viral over the past few weeks of this influencer Jaclyn Hill that has over 1 million followers, and so much of her content is just showing her very wealthy lifestyle, all the designer stuff, the nice cars, everything people wish to have in their lives. And she made a very long video complaining that she wasn't getting enough views compared to her follower account. Surprise, surprise, in today's world, maybe normal people don't want to see every designer product come out and you doing reviews of it, shopping hauls, this and that. It gets to be pretty out of touch with 99% of the people watching your videos. But some of these influencers just don't understand that. They'll just go and record another video complaining about the low views, kind of guaranteeing their career fall off. But we could switch over to another subtopic that I'm starting to believe you should keep off of social media as well, and that's your relationships in general.
The internet will never see the my husband does for me, the flowers he buys for me, the anniversary gifts he gets me. None of it. Why? Because I'm not in a dysfunctional relationship or marriage. I don't have to prove.
I'm going to try to go back and look through the comments of that video. Just go real quick, take a look, and come back. What I find fascinating is you'll see a bunch of single women in the comments telling this woman, who's married, mind you, that, oh, even if you keep your relationship private, it can still fail. But it's not failing. She's literally giving you the recipe.
Any new follower that follows you on Instagram will get this message automatically. This is ManyChat's new follow to DM.
I would venture to guess that talking about relationships and politics are some of the most toxic topics to put out online. I mean, look at this video that's up on screen right now. It's just a couple who made paintings, that go together. It's nice and sweet and cute. And we could go and take a look at the over 4,000 comments of everybody being either angry or sad about this. Image after image, rat-a-tat, another meme giving them the finger. Well, isn't that just lovely? Squidward holding a gun. I got something real miraculous for you guys. And she said how cute. I mean, it was just image after image. You could see all of them. This is
waving
cute or
hand
whatever.
sign,
yeah,
welcome in
cute
user.
or whatever. The
First
creator
message
actually
of the
limited
stream
the
fire.
comment section from this because that's how many people were salty.
Y'all just like being partners. Why is it every single time I talk about things that I do for my boyfriend, I get people in my comments not you doing all this for a man. I love him. Oh my God.
Again, talking about relationships or politics on social media, you take a look at any of these comment sections, people just enjoy being miserable. So if you post anything positive about your life, everybody's just going to be angry at you. Along with the possibility of turning these relationships into content, into story times.
I think it's weird to go on a Tinder date and then immediately come on this app and give a full recap of it. I would feel mortified if I was the person that just went on a date with someone and I went on TikTok and up on my FYP comes a little video of the person I just went on a date with, reviewing exactly what they thought of me, their first impressions, because what's probably not happened is that they have not communicated that information, whether it be positive or negative, with the person they just went on the Tinder date with. Like, I think that's what kind of makes it weird. I'm like, if you're sharing this much information on TikTok, your communication skills in a relationship better be great. I don't know. I think also, I could imagine, not that I do this, but I could imagine that it kind of changes how you date. Because even though, you know, everyone is dating for companionship and for love, it now has this aspect of like, oh, but I can also mine for content.
And I'll take this a step further. This turns into just straight up lying about insane stories just for that same engagement again. Then you start seeing some of the viewers go, wow, this person got millions of views or millions of likes. I'm going to start doing the same thing and oversharing my life, even though my inspiration in the first place was a completely fake story. This thought process then just spreads and snowballs into everybody just sharing every aspect of their lives. But we'll finish off this video with a comment from you guys with a clip that goes along with it. We grew up being told never to talk to strangers. Now folks are telling strangers everything on the internet like it's a therapy session. Oversharing with people who don't care and just want the tea.
Every time you overshare, you hand someone a weapon they didn't have. I'm telling you this from experience. Oversharing is one of the worst habits you can fall into. You think you're just being open, but not everyone who listens wants the best for you. Some people collect your stories so they can twist them later. Now look, I'm not saying don't trust anyone. I'm saying not everyone needs to know everything about you. Keep some things between you and your Lord, between you and the people who've earned it and who you genuinely trust.
Hey, who's ever watching, I can't see what you're saying right now because on my phone, I'm on Kick as well. So as I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm also streaming on Kick to build my Kick up. You feel me? So I can get those achievements knocked out.
And protect yourself by not oversharing. Because when you overshare to the wrong people, you hand them a weapon they didn't have.
The first comment I see though, oversharing is born out of trauma and abuse. You don't have to...
See, oversharing is born out of trauma and abuse. I never overshared anything. Every time I go, the only thing I have shared, what are you looking for? The only thing I've overshared is the accident I was in. That's the only thing I've overshared. Because it happened. And then a lot of people ain't believing, but I have the proof. I've never overshared none of my life, you feel me? People don't know how much I make on YouTube. People don't know how much I make, period. Bless you, Luna.
Owe anyone an explanation. I don't know, a good amount of oversharing that we've seen today is born out of wanting attention online. The clicks, views, and money that comes along with it. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please...
Let me see. You said, hold up. Richard, don't come on here hating, Richard. Don't come on here hating. There's a thing, Richard. I've never stole no piece of content. Every video I've dropped was different things. I don't drop the same type of content every day. That gets boring. And why would I steal content? Look, every one of us has 24 hours in a day. I have never stole content from nobody. Every video I've ever dropped has been me, my idea. Like all the thumbnails, you see, I got different thumbnails on every video. And if you don't want to show support, Richard, why'd you come in? Why did you come into my live just to show hate? You woke up and thought to yourself, what should I do today? I should go to somebody's live stream and attack, because I can just click on your name, check your activities, and you have been in here. Let's look at how many times you've been in here. Let's look at how many times you've been in here. Alright, so let's talk about how long you've been in my live streams, Richard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You have been in 12 of my streams. You've been in 12 of my streams. So you coming back here for some reason. And then you are saying that my mod is gassing me up. You have to know that my mods are grown. And majority my mods do things outside of here. Because mind you, I am also on Kick as well. Crazy work. What's up, Luna? Oh, wow. Oh, that's crazy. Don't know why that happened. crazy. That was a spill. Luna. Had a spill. This is talking about still better content. I have never in a million years, my whole time being on YouTube, Twitch, nah. I get my own views. I want it to be organic. Organic views. I'm pretty sure you left, Richard, because you just came back to throw hate on me. But it's all good, Richard. It's all good. Because I keep track of how many times you come in here. I keep track.
Waving hand sign welcome in user. First message of the stream fire.
What were you doing? Well, I'm cleaning up in the house. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm cleaning up. So yeah, right now I'm just cleaning up the refrigerator. I already cleaned up the freezer side. Now I'm working on the refrigerator side of the refrigerator. So, because I had a spill, which I don't know how that happened, but you know. Well, y'all can tell me what y'all want to watch. Has be something positive though. Nothing negative. All right, what y'all want to do though? I'll leave that to y'all. see something real quick. Oh, what we about to, let me see, hold on. Alright, so that's a new person. Let me find another video that can gain me some traction. "20 minutes of the best financial decisions as you work in 2026.
Here are some financial lessons and tips your parents probably never taught you.
Alright, so we are watching 20 minutes. Alright, 20 minutes of the best financial decisions that actually work in 2026.
Here are some financial lessons and tips your parents probably never taught you, but you need them.
Stay with your parents as long as physically possible. Fuck what these people on social media talk about.
When you are used to being broke and you finally get some money, you're going to give it all away so you can go back to what you're used to, which is being broke.
So let me tell you something. I never, in my life, I have never experienced being broke. I never had that mindset. And I've been living out here in Kentucky since I was 13 years old. I was living with my grandma at the time, but quote unquote, you would think that my grandma would help me out, right? My grandma did not help me out. No, my grandma did not help me out. So I used to live in J-Town, Jefferson County. And my upbringing was middle class. And I don't know what broke is. I never had that mentality. Growing up, I wasn't trying to impress nobody. I'm an introvert, so I rarely even spoke to anybody. Even on my phone. You would think I would have a lot of numbers in my phone? No. My friend list, small. My friend list is small. I don't talk to a lot of people for real. The only conversations I have are with God, my wife, my mother and father-in-law, and my mother. My father passed away in 2025, in January. I'm 31 years old. That's crazy.
Here are some financial lessons and tips your parents probably never taught you, but you need them. 1. If you can't buy it multiple times, you can't afford it. Not once.
When I tell you that is right. Because when I tell people, if you cannot buy something 10 times over, you can't really afford it. I don't have no Louis Vuitton, no Giuseppe's, no Montclair. Even though growing up, I used to live how the people who got that broke mentality But yeah, so if I can't afford it more than once, then I'm not buying it. I would just wait.
Not barely, multiple times. If your purchase stresses you out or empties your account, it's probably a liability, not a flex. Second, money isn't about how much you make, it's about how much you keep. Most people increase their lifestyle when they increase their income, and that's why they stay broke at entry level. Third, your 20s.
And that is why the money that I make, I have so much of an increase, but I don't really, my money still only goes towards bills, paying stuff off, and living below my means.
Are not for flexing, they are for building. You don't need the nicest car, you don't need luxury clothes every weekend, you need skills, discipline, and capital. Fourth, separate wants from impulses. Most purchases aren't wants, they're emotional reactions. Learn to pause before you buy. If you still want it next week, it's most likely real, and if not, it was just dopamine. Fifth, your income grows when you do. Not with luck, not with scrolling, not with wishing. Your financial ceiling will always match your skill set. 6. Invest early, even if it's small. $20 a week at 20 beats $200 a week at 35. Time multiplies more than money does. And lastly, learn how money works before you chase it. Inflation, interest, assets, taxes, investing, compounding. You can't win a game that you don't understand. And most people are financially lost, not because they're lazy, but because nobody taught them the basics. And social media won't save you, but discipline will. And so financial freedom is not about luck. It's habits, knowledge, and patience stacked daily.
He was spitting nothing but facts. The truth is, your younger years should be dedicated to investing, improving your skill set.
Listen, I'm 31. From 18 years old, from 14, 2009, from when I was 14 up until now. Like the money I would make from the 9 to 5s I did, I was just putting it towards a business I was creating. All of my LLCs started from the 9 to 5 I was working.
Making sure you're an overall asset to those around you. That way, the self-improvement that you install in your 20s will pay you dividends in your 30s.
So, like, I don't really have no liabilities. I have more assets than liabilities. You know how much of a blessing it is to be in a home that everything in this house is paid for and not have to worry about somebody coming to get it? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm about to, like, level up in 2026 because all of, not only just my debt, my wife's debt, because my only debt I have is school. That's the only debt I have. You know how much of a blessing that is? You know how much of a blessing that is? It's crazy. It is crazy. crazy. Like, I'm 31, and it's like I have all the requirements to retire, but they won't let me retire because I'm not at the retirement age. You know how crazy that is? To have all the requirements to retire that Social Security set for you, then all of a sudden you can retire? What? It's crazy.
40s and 50s. As far as spending, it feels like I'm beating a dead horse already. Of course, as you increase your income, your expenses should remain the same. If not, you should lower them. That way, it gives you a large amount of breathing room to invest. However, if you continue to increase your expenses as your income increases, that is a surefire way to be living paycheck to paycheck as a millionaire. But overall, as he stated, financial literacy is about discipline. It's about those habits that you install on a daily and consistent basis that compound over years and even decades. And the younger you start, the greater the reward in the future. So there's no better time to start than now.
You want a good financial tip? I got you. You ain't gonna like it, but I got you. Stay with your parents as long as physically possible. Fuck with these people on social media talk.
And look, to stay with my parents, for me, it was different. So, I'm letting you know the real. I'm letting you know the real about my upbringing. So, my mother, I know my dad, so you can't put that on me. I know my dad. My dad ain't leave out on me. He ain't go get the milk. So when I was 13 years old, my mother was locked up. She was doing time. And my dad was alive at the time. And when I tell you that I never really stayed, like I stayed with my grandma, but I still had to pay for myself. My grandma did not do nothing for me. I had to get everything on my own. Meaning, every car I had to get it on my own. Every car I've had has my name on it. You know what I'm saying? So I've been living up here in Kentucky for 18 years. All of my family is still in my hometown. My only family that's here in Kentucky is my mom and the family I created with my wife.
Talk about men and women. You got good parents that's letting you stay in their house rent free. Now, if they're making you pay rent, get the.
I'm not cracking no egg on my head for you to give me 50. No, eggs cost too much. Casing, eggs cost too much. This dude on Kick trying to tell me to crack an egg on my head, I'll get 50 subs. Nah. Eggs cost too much. Eggs cost too much. You wildin'. Casing a wildin'.
Fuck out of there. If you're gonna be paying the same rent somewhere else. But they letting you stay up in the crib rent free?
At least bless me with
Yo.
that.
Man, stay at your mama and daddy house. Bump with these people talking about on social media. They not in your situation. And if they had parents to let them stay at home, they have to be at home. Nobody is happy to pay rent every month. Nobody. It's not like a want, like, ooh, I just can't wait to pay my rent. You might love the access to free.
Hold on one second. What was that? What was that? What was that? Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, appreciate that, Casey. Appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follow.
You might like to have loud sex. You know, all that good stuff, right? But, Lord Jesus, stay at your parents' house as long as physically possible.
You ain't lying. If you're in a situation where you have a good relationship with your parents and they allow you to stay at home, oh my goodness, that will allow you to save so much money and therefore invest a whole bunch of money. The current housing climate is not inexpensive whatsoever, and so it is in your best interest to use whatever resources that you have to lead a more affordable lifestyle. One way you can do that is by staying at home with your mom and dad and make sure that you use that money wisely, okay?
Here are the 5 financial baby steps that I wish I took in my 20s so that I could be rich and retired in my 30s and 40s. Baby step 1 is to just save $1,000. Saving $1,000, that alone would put you ahead of 60% of Americans. Real goals?
Man, listen. I focus on the end goals. When I was working for these 9-to-5s, I was working for myself. Like, working for myself. I did DoorDash for 10 years. I did Lyft. The money I make from being a medical courier is different. It's different. I can show you how to do it for, man, crazy.
Should be to save a 4 to 6 month emergency fund. This will give you a financial and mental cushion that says, hey, I don't have to operate in survival mode any longer. I know that no matter what happens, I am good for the next 6 months of my life. I know y'all gonna sit here and
yeah, because for this 6 months, because I'm not able to work my job, what I do for my company, you feel me? So I got 6 months. So I'm just gonna be just creating content for 6 months. I'm about to be leveling up. The content I'm working on right now is gonna bring in the funds. So it's gonna be all game. I'm like SpongeBob. SpongeBob was an entrepreneur. The Mr. Krab, man, Krusty Krab was not paying SpongeBob his worth. He was out there hustling. Let that get burnt. Let that pizza get burnt a little bit. What else?
Ask me, well, how do I save that money? You need to learn to live below your means. If you're not making $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year, you don't need to be driving Mercedes, nothing. $100,000 is the new $60K a year. No Balenciaga, no Prada, no Uber Eats, no DoorDash. Get your broke ass up, go make it or...
Listen. I would do like I don't order DoorDash. Nah. I got food at home. So I don't DoorDash no food to me. I'm the one who goes out to go get the food for the people who order DoorDash. You are looking at I'm an actual dasher. I can show you the receipts and everything of how many deliveries I've done. I can show y'all my ratings. I have a platinum status on DoorDash. I've delivered over 6,500 people. I don't do no lists. I don't do Ubers. Now, why would I do that when I showed my wife how to drive? I showed my wife how to get her license. What? Are y'all kidding me?
Pick it up because you can't afford it. Here's the second step. Every week that you get paid, I want you to take $100 and put it into an envelope. You to put it into an envelope. This is how you will build your trust and relationship with money. Every time you go to open that envelope and you see more and more $100 bills in there, you start to trust yourself with money.
See, look, I can't really do what he talking about because if I see the money, nah. So what I do is I have two separate accounts. One for my business, one for my personal. So I set it up to where whatever I make out of my business, I make 10% go to my personal. And then I do that.
I'll say it again. Treat your money like you would your wife. There's no trust. There's no relationship. Screw the savings account. Go open a brokerage account or a Roth IRA. 9 times out of 10, if your money is sitting in a savings account, probably losing money. S&P 500 has...
Like I have a term life insurance policy, but I'm not gonna speak too much on that because then y'all will get into the sauce of how I'm about to make things happen. And plus, with what I got coming in June, when I get back healthy, it's gonna be on and popping. About to head to the moon. Gonna head to the moon. Cause I'm about to turn EKNTW into something crazy. You dig? A little more. It's almost done. That's almost done. It's almost done.
Has an average return of 10% every single year and has recovered from every single crash in history. If you have the brain power to open and start a social media account, you can start a brokerage account. It's that simple. Name, email, address, what type of brokerage account you want, a retirement one, high risk, low risk. Then you add your bank information so that you're able to add money into your account. Before, because I know y'all gonna ask me, well, what should I invest in? 3 EFTs I would invest in as a beginner. ETF I would invest into, VOO or SPY. These track the S&P 500, aka the top 500 companies in America. Second ETF I would invest in is called QQQ. This tracks the top 100 technology companies. Things like AI, ChatGPT. These do have a little more risk associated with it, but you also have potential for more growth. For my third EFT or investment, think about the shit that you use every day at Walmart, Amazon, Costco, your Visa card. Instead of being a consumer of these companies, become an investor. Change your mindset. Last and final baby step, to find you a job that pays you over $100K per year. Working 40 or 50 hours a week for a job that only pays you $60,000 is not going to cut it in today's time. It's not. You need to find a job that pays you over $100K and allows you to leverage your time. Examples: travel nurse, project management, sales, content creator, OnlyFans. I don't care what it is. Need to learn to make more money or you'll be stuck in this rat race. I hope that.
Listen, when I tell you, when I did my first kick stream, somebody had screenshotted a face of me. That was when the meme coins was going crazy. And if I would have stayed on longer, I could retired off of what I was gonna be doing on Kickstream if I would have just stayed on. But I couldn't because I was working a 9 to 5. I couldn't do 24-hour streams. Now I got 6 months. I'm able to do 24-hour streams. You know what I'm saying? So
this video helps. Until next time, peace.
He was tripping on OnlyFans, but everything else, I agree with. There has been no greater time to learn about investing than now. With all of the information that can be found on the internet from the greatest investors like Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett, and all of the YouTube videos that you can scour about the best ETFs, about the best companies to invest in, and about how to learn to invest, all of these resources are things that can help you create a greater financial future for yourself. In addition, he talked about gaining employment that will pay you over $100,000 a year. This is so important considering the cost of living in America in 2025. Because
y'all gotta understand, y'all not know how much money you can just make on just streaming actually. I just watched Agents because I watched A&P. Those are black content creators. I saw where Agent bought a Rolls Royce Spectra. I was like, with a Mercury bill, oh my. And I'm like, you know how much that cost? He got it. And I'm trying to tell y'all, 2026 is going to be really different. I'm trying to let y'all know it's going to be different. So the people who hate on me, y'all can keep on hating. Y'all just going to like create a monster. That's all I can say. Because what I got waiting for me in June, we're going on another level. Like, it might not be this month, but next month I'm pretty sure I'm going to pay for the YouTube Premium so we ain't got to see the ads. I got y'all.
You are not gaining skills, improving your worth to the people around you and to your company, then you are essentially going to be left behind by those who are.
I became a millionaire by age 26 and became financially free by age 30. These are 3 best tips that I can give you as a self-made multi-millionaire. Number 1, you have to live below your means and stop buying dumb shit. If you're not making over $500,000 a year, you shouldn't be driving a German car. Instead, you should be driving a Toyota or a Hyundai. Also, you shouldn't be wearing LVs, Gucci's, or Dior's. Instead, you should be wearing an H&M or Zara. Number 2, you have to find a way to make money in your sleep. If you don't do that, you're going to have to work until you die. And the best way to create a passive income source is by investing in real estate. And no, nowadays you don't need that much capital to invest in real estate. You can start out by using a strategy called rental arbitrage. And lastly, number 3, become a contrarian. Stop following the crowd. A person who walks alone are usually the ones that go furthest in life.
Have you all began to notice the common theme of living below your means? Amongst all of these successful people, they have all stated that living below your means is extremely critical to growing your finances. And when you do so, it allows for greater growth with assets. And we can talk all day about the designer clothes and how people purchase these items for external validation. All of these items literally mean nothing. These companies have made the vast majority of Americans into consumers where they are far more focused on impressing others rather than impressing themselves with how much they can save and how much they can invest. The more you go down the rabbit hole of designer clothing and expensive attire, the more you are a consumer in a country that is ran by producers.
When you are used to being broke and you finally get some money, you're going to give it all.
Let me turn this around real quick. Alright, let's see. So, let's get this started.
That is ran by producers.
When you are used to being broke and you finally get some money, you're going to give it all away so you can go back to what you're used to, which is being broke. When you are used to being broke and you finally get some money, You're going to eat it all away, shop it all away, give it all away, so that you can go back to your baseline, which is what you're used to, which is being broke. I have gotten plenty of bags in my lifetime before and didn't know what to do with it and gave it all away, swore I was being godly, but really I had no idea how to steward any level of increase. So before you get that bag that you've been praying for, before your business takes off, before all the things that you are praying for, before you receive it, consider what kind of wisdom, habits, attitude, mindset, all the things you're going to need to be able to sustain it, right? You have to believe that you are worthy of this life that you are asking for, worthy of the resources, and even the rest that you're asking for. Otherwise, when you get it, you're going to blow it because you're going to go back to what you're used to. That's just the way our nervous systems are wired. You're going to go back and make sure that you are always safe, and where you have felt the safest is being broke.
And this is why...
Listen, being broke, that was never my mentality. Never. I know every time y'all see me online, every time y'all see me on stream wondering, why aren't you working? And then I tell y'all why. And then all of a sudden, I came to the realization that with me being a YouTube partner and turning on the stream, I am working. Because with being a content creator, there's a lot of work to put into videos. So for the videos that y'all want to see, is going to be given to y'all for the content I have 6 months down the line. We got to go up. Because I know what majority of y'all want to see is me purchase nice cars, a nice house. Like, y'all are not going to be seeing what type of house I have, what type of house I live in, what area. Nah. Y'all ain't gonna know about when we have our children. Y'all ain't gonna know about what school they go to, what they into. Nah, that's a done deal. So if you was to see our kids in any videos that I ever post in the near future, I'm gonna have a black screen over their face, and I'm gonna mask their voice. And I might put up a green screen showing just them talking, but you only gonna see, you might see just an avatar of them.
I am for growing your skill set, because through the grueling process of growth leads to responsibility, leads to understanding, leads to a greater amount of care. And when you finally get the financial acclaim that you are deserving of, given that you have now grown, you will be far more scrupulous with how you spend your money and how you manage your money. That way, you are far more likely to keep that money and continue to grow it rather than to splurge it on all of these unnecessary items. You know what I'm saying?
I'm about to tell you the best way the average person can become a millionaire, and the sad truth is the majority of people are going to watch this and still not implement what I'm saying. But the answer is to straight up be a long-term investor in the stock market. That's it. I'm not talking about day trading, swing trading, definitely not buying a course from some random telling you how to get rich quick. It's about
being in the market for as long as possible and getting in as early as possible so that you're at an advantage, right? There's this misconception that you need to have thousands, hundreds of dollars to do this. No, you don't. Do you have $2? Great, you can start investing. Do you have $5? Great, you can start investing. I have a pinned video on my page that tells you how you can invest with that amount of money. I tell you how you can open up a brokerage account. I walk you through everything. If you're working a 9-to-5, you're an entrepreneur, or even if you're a college student with a part-time job, you can do this. There's another misconception that people think, why would I want to wait until my 60s and 70s to be rich? Investing is not synonymous with retirement. I literally started investing 6 years ago, and I bought my house 2 months ago because I shaved off profit from my investments. If I just had that money in a savings account, I'd be losing money every single day. People are missing out on so many gains because they want things so fast. They lack delayed gratification, and they think that it's going to take years and years for something that... 6 years, guys. And I'm not saying everyone's going to be 6 years, right? But I'm telling you to your face right now, would you rather 6 years down the road have a portfolio, or 6 years down the road, $0? And also, if you're in your 60s, who wouldn't want to be a millionaire? Do you still rather be working until your 90s because you didn't do shit, right? And the thing is, you can always change your mind about this in the future. Let's say you're in your 50s and you're like, damn, I don't want to invest anymore. Fine. I'm going to tell you right now, I promise you, you won't feel that way. But God forbid it's the opposite, where you're in your 50s going, I should have invested, because now you missed out on all that time.
Like, there's some people who are the same age as me, and we got different upbringings. Like, I've talked to some people. No. So the coworkers I used to work with in my old job, they would argue about who was the poorest. You wasn't poorer than me. I'm like, what? And then they will look at me and wonder. They'll say, Keandre, have you ever been poor? I was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what being poor is. I don't know what that is. What is that? Then they'll be like, they'd be like, so you had a good upbringing? I was like, yeah. I come from the suburbs, like from High Springs, Arkansas. On the left side of me was our family lawyer. On the right side of me was an elderly couple. I had a great upbringing. I graduated high school at 16. I graduated college in 2017. In the 4 years I was in college, I got 3 degrees. I went to school quarterly, not by semester. So I was getting out faster. I got out of school faster than everybody. So I had graduated high school 2012. Then 2 years after that, got my associates. Then 2 years after, 2 years after that, I got my bachelor's. Then a year after that, I got my double bachelor's. So I have enough credit. I'm working on getting my doctorate. And a lot of people will be like, these degrees ain't gonna get you nowhere. They got me somewhere. They got me to the point to where I can build. I built a business. You know how amazing it is to tell someone that I got fired from a job But the same day I got fired, I got a contract came to my door, came to my email saying, you are approved. Here's the contract. I got my first one when I had got fired. So I didn't have a miss of money not coming in. So that's all I'm just saying.
You missed out on all the gains. You can still start, and you'll still be able to make a good amount for yourself. But imagine all of those years that have compounded, just gone, because you didn't do it. This is the key, guys. This is the way. And it's not the sexiest answer, because it requires delayed gratification, but think long term. When you start to see the money compound, you're going to be amazed, and you're going to wish you did it sooner.
And any investor will tell you this. Time in the market always beats timing the market. Also, anything worth having is worth waiting for. There is no such thing as a get-rich-quick scheme. There is no such thing as something falling in your lap and happening for you just because you hoped and prayed for it. All of this comes from diligent work, discipline, and consistency within the stock market. Furthermore, the reason why the stock market is the best investment to make is because you can enter it right now. You do not have to wait until you have enough income. You do not have to wait until you have enough capital. You do not have to wait until the right time. You can enter the stock market as soon as you open your brokerage account. And that is why it is so important that everybody invests. Because the moment you understand how investing works is the moment you begin to see your growth.
I made over $120,000 in the last month. I'm not some financial guru. I didn't come from money. I did solve my financial trauma. I drive the car I want. My mom is retired. One thing that I absolutely hate is when these financial gurus come on these apps and they gatekeep the financial advice by overcomplicating it. I want to break down.
Let me tell you something. I don't gatekeep information. I'm not no financial guru. I'm a legit entrepreneur who can show you the way for free. I can show you how to do it. I can show you how to fish. So, if you want to learn how to do something, you want to learn how to build a business from the ground up, I can show you how to do that.
Baby steps that you can take today to get to 10, 20, 30 grand months as your new normal. First, and arguably the most important, changing your mindset around money. You were absolutely not put here to work 50 or 60 years of your life for some person, government, or entity and then die broke. The way...
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, we were not sitting here to waste our life away at a company that can replace us. I didn't want to work 50, 60, 70 years to give my life away to a job that can throw me away and get rid of me. Nah. You see how peaceful it is in the house? Like, I wake up. So I'm gonna tell you how work. I'm gonna tell you how work goes for me. I'm gonna tell you my work schedule. I'm gonna give you my work. I'm gonna tell you my work schedule as a medical courier. Normally, so when I was a 9 to 5er, I would work from 7 at night to 7 in the morning. I would do 12-hour shifts, get paid every 2 weeks. And the taxes that come out your check be around $300 to $400 they take out. And I'm like, what? And then I saw the difference in the money when I was getting my settlements, which are pay stubs. But for me, they're called settlements. And I'm just saying
that they enslave us today. It's not through whips and chains. It is through consumerism. They keep.
Yeah, because y'all can't get me through consumerism. Y'all can get me through consumerism. Like, this shirt don't even cost a lot. I go to Walmart to get clothes. I wear Wranglers. I wear Goodfellows shirts, Goodfellow jeans. My jeans be costing around $40. You think I'm spending over $100? Nah. My phone costs a lot. My laptop costs a lot. Because my laptop is an asset. My phone is an asset, not a liability. It's great.
You buying shit which keeps you broke. You have to stop buying dumb shit, bro. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need Bottega. You don't need to be at Art Basel every year. The second financial baby step, you need to make more money. In this economy, you cannot save your way to financial freedom. Find a skill that makes.
When I tell you you need to make more money, when I tell you I stream on YouTube, on Twitch, on Kick, on TikTok. I stream everywhere on Facebook. I monetize on Facebook, Instagram. I'm everywhere I am, every platform. My face is on it. I've been a part of all those trending topics. So y'all remember when Amazon was doing delivery, right? When Amazon first started off delivering, I bet y'all didn't know, before Amazon had Amazon on the delivery trucks, it used to be U-Haul. I was part of the beginning stages of Amazon delivery. When it was going viral, when everybody was like, who are you delivering for? Amazon. I did it for 3 years. Got paid salary delivering stuff. Got paid salary delivering for FedEx. But I wasn't getting paid by FedEx. I was an independent contractor. Like, I'm a real deal independent contractor through and through.
Makes you money. I'm not talking about bartending, dog walking, Uber Eats. If you are a nurse, you can build a course, online course, where you teach basic CPR. You sell that course for $100. If you can get 50 people to buy that course, you make an additional $5,000 a month, and you stay in your scope of work. As a nurse, you're making money.
Yeah, so I might have to sell a course. Because if people need this information for real, because normally I would give you the information for free. But if somebody comes out of the woodworks and tells me, hey, you should sell this information instead. Because I ain't going to hit y'all over y'all heads with the price. Because I know times is hard.
From brand deals, you got your online course, you can do TikTok shop. Those people are making 20, 30, 40 grand a month. Why can't you? The more skills you have, the less you'll ever worry about money. 3, the money that you are making, you have to put to work. If your money is just sitting in a bank account, you are losing money every single year due to inflation. Open a brokerage account and take 30% of your check and go to your brokerage account every single month. I suggest Vanguard, Charles Schwab, or Fidelity. These are simply companies that gives you access to the stock market. First one is VOO. It yields a 12% return every year. The second is QQQM. It helps you invest in the top technology companies in America. I'm not saying that these will make you rich. I was able to use the money from the stock market to put a down payment on my first rental property. That is the power of your money working for you. The fourth one, I need you to start practicing the 70-30 rule. If I make $1,000, I put $700 away and I figure out how to live.
Man, look, if I was to tell y'all the percentage, if I was to tell y'all my percentage from my platforms, y'all would be mad at me. Y'all would be mad at me because when people see how Agent got that Rolls Royce, he never tells people to donate to him. They just do it. And then people are looking weird at me on YouTube wondering why don't people don't, cause like I be so confused on YouTube cause I never ask people to donate or like all you gotta do is support my channel with likes, comments, subscribe. As long as you watch me, that's paying me. That's like viewership pays. And then a lot of people be attacking me because of the views that I'm not getting. And I'm like, right now, I might not be getting the views that I should be getting because there's a lot of people who tell me that. So people would ask me, how long have you been creating content? There'll be other streamers. They'll be asking me, how long have you been creating content? Because they'll see the games I play. They'll be like, so you've been playing OG RuneScape? And you ain't, like, why aren't you up there where the rest of them at? I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I just stay in my own lane. Because I can go to other streams on YouTube and people just giving money left and right. And they are talking in the chat. But I guess when they come to my stream, they see that there's no negativity here. I'm not a negative person. I'm not a negative Nancy. I'm focused on building. I'm not going to be no jester. I'm not going to be doing the weirdest thing just to get a reaction. I'm a solid person. Building things from the ground up is how I do it. Like I have an actual like logo for my media company. I have an actual like hoodie and everything. I'm about to upgrade it. I'm about to upgrade my website though. Everything gonna be going good.
on that $300. And one thing that rich people understand is not about how much money you make, it's how much of that you can retain, how much can you keep. Stop consuming shit that you don't need, and you build a relationship the same you would with your significant other. If you neglect her, she'll probably leave you. Hold her tight and make sure she gets home every single night.
Do you guys see how these individuals are reiterating the same core tenets? Do you guys see how these individuals are reiterating the same core values? Investing, living below your means, and withholding from luxury. Doing those three things will absolutely guarantee you a better financial future and ensure that you are living.
And the best financial decision I made was finding my wife. Because I found my wife through Tinder. Because on Tinder, 2017 was when I met my wife. And how the dating is now, like dating when I was looking for my woman, where I found her, like it really meant something. Because to tell you the truth, my wife was the only one who swiped right on me. The only one. And to find out that all of a sudden nerds are the trending topic. Like, that's crazy. Because a lot of the people be like, how did I get her? How did she get me? Because my wife is an extrovert. I'm an introvert. It's kind of crazy. Don't you know? Because a lot of people, when they see a black face, they see a black person, they would expect for him to be a jester.
Waving hand sign welcome in user. First message of the stream fire.
What's good with you? How you doing? Where you coming from? What's up? Hold on 1 second. Why can't I not see that? What? That's your fault, man. That is your fault. That's your fault, man. That's your fault. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Just joined a month ago. You must be new. You must be new, G. What's up with you? Alright, let me go here real quick. Cause that's kind of crazy how there's not that many people on Kick, so I have much of a game to be on here. So So as soon as I'm almost there to where I can get subs on my kick. I'm almost there. We about to go up another level. And then once I'm able to get subs on kick, then I can build my channel. Bro, I'm trying to tell y'all, for everybody who's told me that I love it when y'all say I'm not going to amount to nothing, but I've been talking to people about my Twitch channel. I got things already in motion. When I make a certain amount, I'm going to pay for what I need to pay for each platform. We going up. We going up. Because I got to create some badges for my kick. I'm just letting y'all know, we going up. 2026, we going up. From January up into June. Watch what I do in these 6 months. Watch what I do in these 6 months. It's going to be a different type of time. I'm about to level up and show people what I can do. Because this is how I know content creating was for me. Because I get to see how many times people be in my streams. Because I remember when I was on Kick, as I'm on here now, I had over, let me see, I wish I can show my other, can I see my old, let me see. I wonder if I can see my old videos. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Yeah, I gotta create some channel emotes. Yeah, as soon as I hit creator, once I hit creator on my kick, no one's gonna be able to stop me. No one's gonna be able to stop me. So you telling me that once I hit these certain achievements on this other platform, I'm able to make funds from Twitch, YouTube, and now Kick? It's over. And I don't on each one, I'm doing different content. It's all positive too. It's all positive. I'm about to, man. I'm about to cause mayhem in 2026 from January to June. Watch what I do. I'm not gonna show y'all what vehicle. Like the only vehicle y'all gonna see is the vehicle that I'm talking to y'all about on what I'm getting in June. Y'all gonna see the whole situation. Y'all gonna see the whole red carpet. Cause see, I got this whiteboard. It means business. It means business. Like I have mics in the second bedroom. Cause I remember, cause I have a 300 to something gaming chair. Got the ergonomic everything. I got mics. I gotta get new mics though. I gotta get a Rode mic. I have one. I just gotta find it. It's not a Rode. It's a mic I got off of TikTok Shop. But we are going to have fun. We're gonna have some fun. But yeah, so let's get this started, bro. Let's get this started. Oh, man. Oh shoot. Let me see.
Podbean, your
EKNTW video.
Alright, one second. Now this is coming from J-Mo. Let me be respectful. Subscribe to J-Mo. You feel me? You always gotta subscribe to new people. And so I'll be right back. I got my phone charging. That's why you see it like this. So be right back. Cool, cool, cool. Now, this video that I'm looking at,
with this mother of 6. All right, here we go.
Hi, Denise. Hi. Hi. Give me better light. You got better light?
Yes, turn the light. Turn the light on right there.
We need.
Yeah.
Who's that? Download the Kendra G Singles dating app now, where you can find real love and your person. Available on iPhones and Android phones.
Can you see me now?
Is your name Denise, honey? It's Denise, right?
It's Diane.
Oh, it's Diane. Diane, where you?
Whoa, hold up. Who that behind her? Who is that behind her? Yeah, that look like one of them 6 kids.
Calling me from?
I'm from Minnesota.
Minnesota. I had somebody else from Minnesota inside the app. Was it the app or?
Waving hand sign welcome in user. First message of the stream fire.
what's good with you? How you doing? Be blessed. Bro, I don't know what's wrong with my... Let me wipe this down. One second. I don't know what's going on. Because I'm not able...
I think it was the app. How old are you?
50.
50. Okay. What you do for a living?
I do hair and then I do caregiving.
You have any kids?
Yeah, I have 6 kids.
Why don't I see the mic?
You really have 6?
Bro, I'm not able to... Why am I not able to move my mouse?
Kids?
Yeah, they're all grown though.
How old are your 6 kids?
34, 32.
Bro. I can't. Are you serious right now? I know this thing is lying. Why can't I move my mouse? I really should be able to move my mouse, but I can't. Bro, it's like my mouse is stuck. Hold up, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Hey Alexa, how do I get my mouse moving on my laptop?
$30, 24, 21, and 23.
23. Okay.
Math. Let me put the math together. She said her oldest was 34. That's what she said, right? So she had her first kid at 24. She's 50. No, hold up. Oh man, I need to go back to school, bruh. Oh man, nah, it's the shots. Hold up.
I am having
She said,
issues.
hold up. No, that's what I thought. Okay, 26. Okay, so she had her first one at 26, and then she started having them back to back to back. Okay, that's crazy.
Hold on 1 second.
She does.
Bro, I am not able to move my stuff. Like, what's going on? I might gotta reset my computer. Yeah, I might gotta reset my computer. I ain't gonna lie to you. So let me reset my computer, and I'll be right back, YouTube. I'll be right back.